intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the sword. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force apart. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a witch hammer.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your ass. The fucking link is in the chat. That's
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. Hit stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter. Try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever. The beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soul? Because I need something to clean these titty butts. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B at her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly. He's beefing with the Queen Bee because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen Bee with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB can hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks, their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check, my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old lying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit Chronicles of the Shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucking killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
All
guys.
right.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is orange.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. These motherfuckers hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's
Oh,
Candy
shit.
Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me Tim.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. Alright, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Hey, what's happening, y'all? What's happening? How y'all doing? How is y'all's Wednesday? Wacky ass Wednesday on these YouTube streets. Y'all know. Now, y'all know there's crazy shit going on these YouTube streets all the time. But I think this one takes the cake because you guys know Betty filed a frivolous lawsuit against me, right? She has till Friday to do her paperwork or turn in her, to refile against me. She got till Friday, right? So today she decides to come out on her stream and she has a t-shirt. Here, let me show y'all. Look at her shirt. Look at her t-shirt. She got a t-shirt with my logo on it, headstones on it, and burnt toast. Can we say obsessed? You fucking weirdo. You over there doing that court paper over there playing lawyer and with my logo on your t-shirt. Girl, you got a fucking order of protection. You filed a false ass order of protection against me. A protective order against me, and you're wearing my logo on your fucking shirt? Really, Betty? Really? This is just, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. And she got toast on there. Look at Toasties. Oh, I'm sure the judge will love to see this. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm done, son. This done fucking did it. This takes the cake, baby. This takes the cake. Betty, if you want to be my BFF, just say that, okay? If you want to be my best friend, just say that. You ain't gotta, pull all this fucking crazy shit you're pulling on me. Just tell me, I like you. I want to be like you. I want to be your best friend. Go on and just say that, Betty. Because we all know you do. We all know you do. Hey, voices, what's up?
Hey, girl, I'm coming to make sure that you've been marked safe from a Betty, encounter. Are you safe?
Yeah. Can you believe that with her?
She's wearing you on her shirt.
Yeah, she's obsessed as fuck. This is weird. You have an order protection against me and filed a frivolous fucking lawsuit against me with fucking weird ass shit.
Right.
Was basically laughed out the motherfucking courtroom after a year of fuck shit because you don't know what you're doing. And you have us on your t-shirt. You walk around.
You are... tell us you're a
she
fan.
has this on a t-shirt. When she gets really upset, she hangs it up and punches at it.
Dude, tell us you're a fan without being a fan. The only thing that could have been better was if we would have caught her wearing a bee costume.
Well, I mean, this is pretty much a bee costume right here. Free advertisement. She's promoting weird ass bitch. I'm done. Faith, hope, and charity's homestead. I know that's right, baby. Bullseye.
That's some weirdo shit. That's a Mary
She wears
Van
us to me. She wears me Posty and headstones to bed every night. You're so scared of me. You filed an order of protection against me. We've never fucking spoke to each other. Not one time. We've never spoken to each other. Never. And you have me on your t-shirt that you... What the fuck is wrong with you? For real.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. This was so weird. Nice catch, whoever caught that she was wearing the shirt. What the fuck? At this point, we might need to send her a set of antennas. Oh, it's just me. It's just casual Wednesday over here promoting other YouTube channels.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Go. I mean, this is, you know what I'm saying? This is fucking hilarious to me. Really? Are you serious? You cannot be serious. Right. JP, where you at? I feel a video coming on. Like I said, the only other thing would be to catch her in a bee costume. Anyhow, moving forward. We got a lot of fuckery and fuck shit to go over today. So, hey, wishful thinking. How are you, love?
I'm good. I was just getting ready to go off to school and just wanted to say, what the heaven everlasting fuck? Sorry.
Yeah. I know, right?
Fuck. What the hell?
Yeah, what are you thinking about this?
I'm thinking that's the new fan club, yo.
Yeah.
That's weird. Weird as fuck. Weird as fuck. So does she like you, love you, or just likes to be you? Just questioning. Really
it's your own little version of F Mary K. You know what I mean? It's her own little version. So she sits there doing random, poking at her chest, doing random choices.
Yeah, this is okay. So, and this is her live from yesterday, not today, but either way, she had it on. She's wearing either fucking way. Look at what she's wearing. Doesn't matter what day it was.
Yeah.
I thought the live stream was from today, but apparently it was from yesterday. Either way, what the fuck are you doing?
Bubblegum in a dish. She poking her chest the whole time.
Say, tell us, little bitch.
Yeah. This is definitely a one on the way off on the strength. Just saying. Yo, you start walking around in the B suit talking about I'm Queen B, I'm done. I'm just saying. Start walking around with the B suit saying I'm Queen B, I'm done. Just saying.
Oh, that's why she was testing out them braids, seeing how it would work with antennas. Damn it, she's been a secret fan all along.
That's why I said if you wanted to be my friend, that's all you had to say. You didn't have to go off and file a friendless lawsuit and lie on me and talk all kinds of shit. All you had to do was say you wanted to be my friend.
Okay, but that's just odd. That's beyond odd. That's obsession gone beyond odd. That I'm done. To start walking around with a bee suit, I'm done. Lock that woman somewhere. I'm done. Holy shit.
Okay. I'm still over here laughing about the. If you wanted to be my friend, you should have just sent me an email.
I'm done. Voices, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
You didn't have to drag it into court. You could have just emailed me and said, hey, I think you're kind of cool.
Yeah. You know what? On that note, y'all have a good day. Don't let that disturb you, but that's disturbing. Have a good day, guys.
We'll see you later, love. Thank you for coming up, baby. My goodness, man. Let me tell you. Girl, you a super fan. You are a super fan, baby. Huh. Well, there you go, boo. There you go, boo.
Super fan, not super freak. Not to be confused.
Womp, 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 womp. So, we have Sweetie PiLo's video to finish going over because we didn't finish it last night. I noticed you jumped off last night. You were tired, huh?
Girl, I was freaking exhausted. Well, I had softball too.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I'm sure you were probably exhausted.
I was.
So, did you hear Tony's bullshit last night from TikTok that we played? Did you hear all that?
I was up here for that. Yeah,
shit?
I was up here for that. Yeah.
Yeah. So did you hear where he said he was going to get a tattoo of Caleb Harris and Sebastian and put their faces together on his fucking arm? What the fuck is that?
Half Caleb, half Sebastian, and he's gonna do that so that he can have them mixed together. Oh my God! Listen, if I were either one of their parents, I would be so offended. My missing child is not your tattoo art piece. Not by any means. Oh, I can't even. This is wild. I still keep coming back to every time we learn about a major invasion of privacy within a few weeks to, within a few days, 10 days to 2 weeks, we end up learning that it's actually coming from Seth.
A lot of this shit. Matter of fact, all of this came from Seth. Also, there was a comment. Sweetie PiLo left a comment on my live stream from last night and said that she actually did speak with the neighbor. So I wanted to correct that information now and put that out. She said she actually did speak with the neighbor, and there's still more information that she has that she did not put out. That is what I said this morning.
Can I just caught up. Can I just say one thing about the t-shirt? That, besides the fact that that's totally messed up, that image of burnt toast was actually drawn by her friend, Monty.
Yeah, it's copyrighted.
Yes, I was just going to say that. So Sonia is printing copyrighted material. So, boom.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not
Monty's
good
got
at
a
all.
case.
That's fucking wild.
Anyways. So, Sweetie PiLo actually talked to the neighbor?
She says she did. I mean, I don't know how if she confirmed that or, how she vetted this neighbor or whatever. I don't know. I'm not sure. She didn't put a name out there with it or anything. She just commented. Matter of fact, here, I'll pull the comment up. Hold on. She,
But how many other people talk to neighbors? I mean, supposed neighbors.
Right. And I'm not sure how she vetted this person to know that they're actually a neighbor or what. I don't know. So,
well, and that's my question is, like, you keep saying that you're talking to neighbors, but like, I mean, how are you proving that that's actually the person that says that they live in that house? And then I go back to, she let that friend of hers yesterday run wild with the things that Reverend crazy lady had to say, in my opinion.
yeah. Let me see here. I'm trying to do something. I got the link pinned. I keep thinking I'm forgetting to pin the damn link. Let me see here. I'm looking for her fucking response here on this studio. Hold on. Her comment. Because I said I was disappointed in the way she covered. I said, well, I'm kind of disappointed. I'm very disappointed in the way that. Let me see. Damn. And also, if your comments don't post right away, it's because they are held for review. And I'm not sure why they do it, but I see Layla just said here's a test. So I just want you to know that's why I go through and try to at least heart them because I can't respond. But I try to at least heart them so y'all know I read them. But there's a lot of them that's held for review and stuff too that I didn't even know or see,
It's so wild. Suddenly YouTube is holding comments that never would have been held before. I've been having the same thing. Like,
yeah.
And there's and it's not even notifying me that there's held comments. It used to tell me that I had held comments for review, and it doesn't anymore. I know, it's weird.
Yeah, because here's what it says. I don't think my comment is showing up. This is a test. So Layla had tried to comment like 3 or 4 times, and I for some reason it's like holding them. I don't understand.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm having problems with my subscriptions. Like
I am too. You're getting unsubscribed?
Oh, girl, you would think I subscribe to Kathy P like 3 times a day because
I have to do the same with Tom CPU. I
got the same thing going on with JP. I don't get JP's notifications because every time I go, and I was unsubscribed from Crimes and Fashion the other day. It was absolutely wild, the number that I was unsubscribed from.
I never get any notifications for YouTube ever. And I have them all turned on.
And I can't stay subscribed to Tom CPU either. It keeps kicking it off and saying I'm not allowed. It'll tell me to check my subscription. Okay, well, it's checked, but so I got like 45 minutes that I get to hang out and play, and then I got to go on about my way and play Roadrunner.
Well, just so y'all know, there's comments that are being held. I'm not sure why they're being held or what the point of it, why, but because they're not bad. So if y'all see that your comment doesn't show up, that's probably what's going on.
Okay, sidebar for a second. Did y'all see that Glare was at Karen Reed's trial today? And
yeah, see, I was gonna go live about that this morning, but B Tim, that's his thing, man, and he's at work. So I set a live up already for it because like I said, that's B Tim's thing. So I was like, man, I wanted to get on here and clown first thing this morning. I was fucking cracking up. I was in a good ass mood, cracking up, laughing and shit too. I was like, man, but I got away from my homeboy. You know what I mean? That's his. You know what I mean?
Did anybody notice
his thing, and he's at work till fucking 5:30. So we're gonna be on here at 5:30, girl. You
I'll
busy
be back.
at 5:30?
Nope, I should be home by then. I should be home.
Okay, I was gonna say we're gonna be on here clowning at 5:30. You better be here, be square.
I will be.
Good.
Bitch, I got lots to say, but here's the precursor to it. Did anybody notice that his suit was actually fitting?
Yeah.
It wasn't 2 sizes too small. And B, he looks like the Spawn if Dr. Evil and Draco Malfoy's father had a child.
I think the Glare is nice looking, so I can't say that. I think he looked very nice.
Cheesy's like, shit, y'all. I think he was fine as hell, huh? You think he was fine as wine?
I'm sorry, I like muscly guys. Sorry.
You gotta get
it. That's okay.
My husband's,
how you feel. Hey,
my husband's muscly. I like muscly guys.
Not my type. He's not my type. He ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? He ain't my type. That's all. But you know what though? Look, he cleaned up nice. He didn't look like no little street rat. You know what I mean? With his fucking shirt 2 sizes too small. You know what I mean? He dressed up nice. Well, I figured with all those ladies sending him the money and the cash apps he's getting, he's making bank over there, baby. He's sitting.
Well, you better be dressed like that.
He's sitting there fanning himself with hundos. Those old ladies are like, hey, I'll pay for dick any day.
Now you guys know I'm not a liar. I admitted it. I think the enemy's attractive.
You have no idea. Look, I'm gonna do a motherfucking anonymous goddamn poll on your asses right now because there's a lot more people that think the Glare looks good. They think the Glare is hot or fine or whatever. I don't. Like I said, he's not my type. But there's a lot of women that really do think he is fine as hell, and they won't admit to it unless it's like, you know what I'm saying, like anonymous. So that's why I'm gonna do a poll. We're gonna do an anonymous poll so we can see how the chat really feels. You ain't gotta like him to think he's hot though either. Okay, just so y'all know.
No. That's what I was going to say. His personality is not my type, but he is very attractive to look at.
Okay, listen, he's great.
I look at men like most people look at art, so.
We'll save it for later. That's the live for later. We'll save it for later.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
go back on our original.
Anyhow, let's get back on track. We got to get back on track. So Donna
Tim's going to kick me out of the hive.
It's okay, Cheesy. I'll bring you food out back. It'll be fine.
You guys will have to protect me from
sidebar there. We have to stop the sidebar. Put the sidebar back down. We're gonna do that later. That's a live for later. We told B-Tim we was gonna do this later. So
I know. Reel us back in. Okay.
Why does this always go back to Seth, though? That's what I want to know. And did you guys hear Tony last night with his fucking bullshit? He really worked my fucking nerve last night. I'm not even joking. And they really didn't talk about much. You know what I mean?
The best interview. Oh, she's so compassionate. She's in it for the right reasons. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to puke.
Yep, you go ahead and you go talk to the city of Savannah about that. You go talk to the people that had to reallocate $250,000 out of their school coffers budget because of the bullshit that these people with bullhorns and live streaming think that they take importance in shit.
My favorite comment of the night was, she really knows how to read a room.
Oh my God, wasn't that funny?
I was brushing my teeth at that time.
I need to know what room. Is it a general population cell or what? I mean, because I need to know what room you're talking about.
I was brushing my teeth at the time and I damn near choked.
It's the entryway to Walmart. That's the room that she's reading. The vestibule at Walmart where you get the cards. Mm-hmm. That's the room that she was reading. Flat out crazy.
Yeah, we were just listening to that live, and I was on panel, and so I thought, well, I might as well brush my teeth. I'd eaten some caramel coffee M&M, so I was like, ugh, my teeth are feeling kind of weird. So I went and I started brushing my teeth, and that came up. I damn near choked. I thought that was hilarious. Like, that was like the last thing I would say about her.
Oh my God, Kodo, I think you just nailed it.
What did she say?
Well, honestly, it sounded a bit like a song. Out behind the restaurant, smoking other people's cigarette butts by the dumpster, hitting on the waitress half his age, and telling her that he's so close to making his dream if he just had another $5,000.
Right.
Oh my God. That made me giggle.
And then to have half a tattoo of one kid's face and a half of another kid's face, that is creepy AF. That is, yeah, no. I'm not okay with that.
Hey, Marie.
You guys hear me talking about my nephews and nieces all the time and how close I am to them. I wouldn't even have a tattoo of their face put on me. I mean, you know, I don't even have my kids on me. I mean, why would you have a tattoo of some stranger's kids, missing kids? That's creepy. No.
Oh my God, it is a poem. Oh my God, Kodo wrote us a poem. Fuck. All right, let me go back up here. Okay, hang on. Okay.
All right, did Cheesy leave us? All right,
well,
here we
I think she muted herself.
Oh, okay.
He reminds me of a dishwasher at a local bar who has a band that never took off, but it's still his dream at 48. No car, shares a room with a bunch of other failure to thrive adults. Oh my God, Kodo, you're killing it. It's an entire poem over here in chat, and I know I missed a third of it.
Oh,
Smoke
shit,
cigarette
man.
roaches by the dumpster, trying to hit on the waitress half his age, talking about how he's going to make it big one day. He just needs $5,000. Oh my God, Kodo. You nailed it. Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. Sounds like fun. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry. That sounded like somebody redid the words to Bon
What
Jovi.
in the hell is going on?
Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer.
Seth says.
I think Kodo's was a poem about Will. That makes it even funnier.
My goodness. Okay, so anyhow, let's do this. Let's just do this. All right, let's see here. So, let me share this screen. Okay, so you see it says over here, Sweetie PiLo right here. So 2 hours ago, she says, no, I actually talked to the neighbor. The neighbor gave me a lot of info, QB. 3 replies. So then here I replied, I said, I assumed it was a fraudulent person pretending to be a neighbor, in quotes. You usually do a good job, but your coverage on this case was very, very disappointing. She said, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, QB. I got a lot of great info up front, most of which I've still never released. I promised I would keep certain people out of it and have. Everything I've said has been truthful. Some people make up bullshit, not me. Which I'm not saying that she made up bullshit. What I'm saying is she was fed a lot of bullshit. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like,
Well,
assuming
yeah.
the neighbor. I don't know how she vetted the neighbor's source. Or the source of the supposed neighbor. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure what her process is to vet to make sure. But putting the things that she put out about Chris and when he was a minor, whether that's true or not, I mean, it doesn't even matter at this point whether it's true or not. That has nothing to do with finding Sebastian. It has nothing to do with this case, and it absolutely is not her business or her place to put something like that out, especially as a minor child.
Well, she made an absolute false allegation that Chris essayed Sebastian. That's you can't let something like that fall out your mouth. That's dangerous. And now I have questions because we've been learning throughout all of this that there's always one person that wants to remain anonymous because they get the good dish. But then it turns out that the good dish came from Seth. And it generally turns out to be filled with fallacies and his one-sided narrative, in my opinion.
Hey, Cheesy.
Hi, sorry, I had to reboot. My phone was messed up.
Oh, that's okay. So this is what I said. I said you basically put out information on Chris from when he was a child that we don't even know if it was true or not, let alone if it's any of our let alone is any of our business. This is like Don Wells 2.0. It's been 3 years and him and Candace are still not arrested. Look at the hell people put them through. I speak to them to this day still, and they still go through hell to this day from what these YouTubers said and did. So they still they still deal with bullshit to this fucking day, and it's been 3 years. We're coming up on 3 years in June. This in just a couple weeks.
The 15th, so 10 days out.
Yeah, and they're still
Yeah.
I mean, what we ain't heard nothing about Summer's Day this year.
And they haven't even been named even close to being suspect. So, but they still harass them.
Yeah, I mean,
if you look at the difference between Candace Wells when Chris McDonough did the interview for her, she was bubbly. She was, she was very forthcoming, very open and telling him everything, and blah, blah, blah. And which might have been actually her fault, a fault of hers. Because he took it and ran with it. But to now, she's not the way she used to be. It's terrible what they've done to these people.
I know, Kodo. I was just sitting here thinking about the Rudy Farias. And it still makes me, after we keep learning all of these things and all of the things that we keep hearing, and we, between Nonsense's review, between the things you guys bring into chat, you look at them and everything looks like it's just off. It's all off one little click. And then when everything finally, it boils down and it all comes out, and then you find out that who was the source of the information, and it's misinformation. And where did it come from? It's Seth. And why is the information being put out there? In my opinion, it's being put out there to hurt Chris and Katie the way Seth feels, and the way Seth is hurt. I feel like he doesn't feel like Chris and Katie are hurting enough. And I mean, it's clear all three of them are hurting. And it doesn't help when you've got one that's trying to hurt the others, even, that just doesn't work well.
Well, especially since Chris and Katie have been so nice to Seth. I mean, by the way the talks are, it sounds like they supported him and helped him out immensely in life, period. And Chris did. And when all this came out and people were asking questions about the father, they totally backed him up and saying such nice things about him. It's terrible.
Well, I mean, even look in one of the early on interviews, or the Web Sleuth interview, Chris said, hey, Sebastian isn't the same at his dad's as he is at our place. I'm a strict parent. We don't just do video games. We've got structure. We've got this. We've got that. And so they obviously knew that when Sebastian was with them, it was one way, and when he went to his dad's, it was a different way. So they knew when he came home that it would take an adjustment period and all of that. I see that there are three parents and they all love them in their own way, right?
Right. And they never bashed Seth for his way of parenting or anything. They never said, oh, we're strict and blah, 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 and he gets to do whatever the hell he wants over at Seth's house. They never said anything like that,
And then I go back to that interview that Nonsense was going through yesterday or the day before. I don't remember which one it was.
We went through it, and then she went through it, and she found more stuff and she found more stuff in that one, and then found another one with the one we're going over now with more shit in it.
Right. I mean, that's the thing.
What the fuck?
It takes all of us
because I missed a whole bunch in there. You know what I mean? I missed a whole lot. And then there was another live, the one that we're getting ready to go over now, with so much more shit in it that shouldn't have been mentioned at all. At all. And there's 80,000 views on it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So like I said, we're trying to sit here and combat. Here we are trying to combat the misinformation and the fucking bullshit that Seth has been putting out. Seth says, #Seth says. So Seth has said this, Seth has said that. He was talking to, because when Sebastian first went missing, immediately people were trying to reach out to Seth.
Yeah.
The first thing he did was talk to psychic mediums and go off of what they said, and he went and searched where they told him to search. So him and Donna have been speaking since the very beginning when Sebastian went missing. And he was the one who was telling him where to go search. So then he got in contact with JLR because he was friends with T-Rev. T-Rev is the one, Trevor Lee.
Right.
Not T-Rev, I'm sorry. Trevor Lee was the one who pushed this case out. Trevor Lee is the one who went and got a hold of JLR.
Right.
And Seth and JLR up. Then JLR got a hold of Seth and went out, and Seth was like, hey, you want to record me searching?
Oh, yes. That's the day of the arm thing and all of that.
Yep.
Oh,
so Donna, Serafina, and Seth have been talking for a while, and she is convinced that Sebastian is crossed over and passed away, that something has happened and whatever. She said that Seth is not willing to believe that, so she's obviously not going to speak like that about his son to him, but that's how she feels.
Wow. I mean, if that were the case, then why isn't she working hand in hand with law enforcement?
Well, she claims that she is.
Oh,
She claims that Seth is law enforcement.
Yes, yeah. Yep. And I am Cindy Crawford's body double. Yes,
They said, oh, she did a 360. Okay, well, you know what? She did a 360. Yeah, she did a full fucking circle of tragedy pimping. That's what she did.
No wonder Andrew was hot for you if you're Cindy Crawford's body double.
Shut up, cheesy. That's not nice.
I'm sorry, I had to.
That's fine. Like, I'm over here still having fucking PTSD from the other night. Like, I keep opening my door and looking outside every strange car that rolls past. I'm like, is that fucking AK-47?
Andrew ain't that bad.
I'm just teasing. I know, I'm just teasing.
He's just a exaggerating. He just, I mean, really, he is. You can tell he's a loner. He drinks and, you know what I'm saying, sits at home and talks shit with people on the internet. You know what I mean?
He fits right in with the rest of us. And I have to listen. It was sweet. It was very, very flattering. Okay.
He's harmless.
Sweet.
Right. Yeah, he is
flattering. And I'm not scared of him. Nothing like that. I shouldn't have exaggerated that way because God, somebody will run off with that.
You know, they will. You know, they will. That's just how it goes.
That was tongue in cheek, and it was wrong of me to be tongue in cheeky today.
Also, let's play this too real quick because this is a narrative too. Check this out. This is Evil Exists. They got a pretty big channel, so let me see here. We'll copy their link and share their link.
Rogers is still missing, and it seems that law enforcement is still at square one. I know of a few citizens that have taken it upon themselves to go out searching for Sebastian, which I really admire, since I don't see the Proudfoots out there searching, or any planned searches by law enforcement. Sebastian's grandmother, Robin Rogers, has been furious, as can be imagined, about her grandson's disappearance. She has been voicing her opinions and thoughts on Facebook since the beginning. I want to share a few of her posts today. She says she sent a very emotional message to Katie on the 16th March, urging her to tell the truth for the first time in her life, and if anything happened to her grandson, she would push for the death penalty. Katie replied telling Robin not to contact them ever again, and all messages have been forwarded to law enforcement. Then there were quite a few posts of her insinuating that Sebastian suffered some form of abuse while in the Proudfoot home, by none other than Chris Proudfoot. In this post, she says that it was a lot more than one time, there were a lot more abuses, and Sebastian swore her to secrecy. I found more posts of her calling Chris Proudfoot out directly. She said Seth was asked if he was aware of the abuse that Chris was putting Sebastian through, and he tried to get Sebastian multiple times, but Katie is manipulative. At the very beginning of this case, and one of the first posts that Robin Rogers put out there is this one. She says that Sebastian has told her a lot of things. Apparently, she called him about at least 2 times a month, and many times in between that too. She says that she's sure Chris Proudfoot would not want her to put this.
See what I'm saying? They spin a fucking narrative, and this is Seth's mother doing the same shit on Facebook.
So my question is, why didn't she say something before this? If he's such a bad person and Sebastian was treated so poorly, why didn't you say something before? Why didn't you guys try to get custody? You know?
Yeah. Kind of wondering.
You just then, if this was actually happening, then you're just as bad as the Proudfoots because you weren't taking care of Sebastian by protecting him.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that this is true, but I'm just saying they're trying to make the Proudfoots look bad. Well, you look just as bad if you didn't do something to protect him.
Yeah, if you knew this so-called alleged abuse was going on and you did nothing to help or protect him from it, well, what the fuck are you?
You're part of the problem.
You know, if this is really happening. And I feel like Seth is very manipulative, in my opinion. He's very manipulative, and I feel like he wants to control everything.
Oh,
he has to be in control, period.
He's absolutely said that. He's absolutely he's demonstrated all of that.
So yeah, I imagine his mom is probably about the same way. She feels like she has to be in control of stuff as well. So she's over here spinning her own shit. I have not spoken to TBI at this point. However, I think this will change this week if info is not provided that brings my grandson home. That's a threat. So basically, you're saying if there's not information put out, you're going to go to TBI with stuff. Well, if it was that important, your motherfucking ass should have been at TBI. You should have been telling TBI. The fuck? Talk about abusive and controlling. If the information doesn't bring my grandson home, I'm gonna go tell TBI. Go tell TBI anyways. You should have been told them.
Right? Why didn't you say something right from the start?
If info is not provided that brings my grandson home, I have not spoken to TBI at this point. However, I think this will change this week if info is not provided that brings my grandson home. Your ass should have fucking been up there speaking to them if you felt you had any information at all that could have contributed to bringing him home.
Well, that makes you part of the problem.
In my opinion, allegedly, I believe Robin and Nina have been working on their own game plan for selfish gain prior to February 26th. Pineapple Express, I agree. Or Pineapple Icicle Tree, I agree.
Oh my God, that
Absolutely.
actually, looking back
Makes
at it,
a
you
lot
guys,
of
that
fucking
makes sense.
Yes. Yep.
Well, of course, because Seth has been.
There's a lot of information that Seth says, but Seth's mama also says.
Right.
Seth's mama also puts a lot of fucking misinformation out there.
And look at all the information that he's been having sent to Nina and stuff, or having Nina send to the YouTubers, getting them in contact and everything else. That was all Seth, we found out. That's why at first, for a while I was side-eyeing him.
Grandma tree. Sure the fuck it don't. That apple don't fall far from the tree, baby.
That's why I was side-eyeing him for a while, and then I had to reel myself back in, but...
Yeah, well... We'll finish this, and this will go right into the DVRO that we're going to read.
All right, I gotta hop down. Thanks for having me. Gotta get on the road.
Bye.
All right, baby. Have a good day.
Bye, guys. Have a great day.
See you later, love. Thanks for coming up and hanging out. Yeah, Seth's mom might be the source for some of these grifters. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I believe that, too. I believe that she is the source to some of the bullshit that's being put out.
I'll be right back. I got to run into the gas station real quick. I'll be right back out.
All right, baby. Yeah, I most definitely believe that grandma has a lot of doings in this. Yep.
Chris, not dad. Now, while some say that is common around there, as a sign of respect or something, Robin Rogers asks that people on social media not refer to Chris as Sebastian's father or dad. He is none of those, and it makes her skin crawl and breaks Seth's heart.
Did I just hear that right? Did I just fucking hear that right?
But Katie is manipulative. At the very beginning of this case, and one of the first posts that Robin Rogers put out there is this one. She says that Sebastian has told her a lot of things. Apparently, she called him about at least 2 times a month, and many times in between that too. She says that she was today.
Okay, I gotta go over this again. Roro, what's up, baby? How you doing?
What's up, darling? This makes no sense.
Life Rewinded, you're up here too, baby. Can you hear me okay?
I can, sweets. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right, baby, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Roro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure Life Rewinded was up here with us too.
Oh, no, I was just going, this is rich, man. This makes no sense. This makes no sense, baby. No sense. Tree, apple, there you go.
Yeah.
It's a family, it's like mama starts the Facebook the next day, sister starts the GoFundMe 2-3 days after he goes missing, and then godmother has control of the Cash App. Stop it. But ain't none of them out there in the truck looking around. Well, I guess Godmother was out there doing, nurse duty on the shoulder, but it's all right.
Yeah, that's Godmom.
Yeah. She's the one that's, she's the one that controls the cash app.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the things. But go ahead.
How are you, Life Rewinded?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Oh,
I just have one question, and well, actually a few questions.
Absolutely, baby. Come on, put it on us here.
Well, it's actually for Seth. I'm
Oh,
sure.
Okay. I thought you were like us. You had a question for me. Okay, go ahead.
No, my question is if and I do believe like you guys that Sebastian is out there, but if he's out there, and whether it's somebody who wants to keep him or he is wanting to stay, whatever the case may be, all these people have to do is just give him this information that Seth is speaking about his mother, about his stepfather, all the things that he said about him, and that would only deter the kid from wanting to come home and being even further getting closer to the person who has him, who's going to be passive aggressive. You understand what I'm saying? Like, does this idiot think of that or no?
You cut out there at the end for me, baby. Can you say that again?
I said, does this idiot think about that or no? Like, this kid could be hearing everything he's saying.
That's what's bothered me the most. Is I feel like Sebastian's out there, and one day he's gonna have to look his daddy in the eye. Yeah, that's what's
Not even look him in the eye. This could be the reason why he doesn't want to come home, because all this turmoil and fighting, like, it would only benefit them to team up together, like Chris suggested, and leave all this bull. Like, he honestly believes, Seth, that these people on social media are his newfound friends. Like, I guess it's his first time, but I mean, even Don Mills learned real quick that these fucking people are not your friend.
Well, you just have to keep out. You just have to keep spreading the hate, so you can keep getting the love from the other people that hate, that don't even know. It's gross. It's gross all around.
Oh, I totally agree. The way I think of Seth is that, to me, and I'm just saying this is my opinion only, that Chris has always been the better man, that got his wife, that goes out and works for a living, that has his son and is paying for his son to live under his roof, so on and so forth. And Seth was very intimidated by that, even though Chris tried many times to help him. And now that he's getting all this fame and notoriety and ass pats and online, he's so self-absorbed. He thinks all these people are coming from a, wow, I'm the man. Like, he's wearing his fucking Superman cape. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I agree with B. Tim. Maybe the kid will feel even worse coming home, because he will see all the problems that happened if he ran away. If he ran away, he might be seeing this and being, well, shit, this has gone off the rails. I can't go back now. Way to go, Seth.
Rowena, listen, look at it this way. If we believe everything Seth says and that he was afraid of Chris and this, that, and the other thing, right? Okay, so he's afraid of Chris. But now, okay, so instead of comforting him and telling him there's nothing wrong, you've now made him more afraid. Not only that, you outed him for all his privacies and things that the world did not need to know. So in turn now, he's afraid of you because he can no longer trust you with things that happen to him that are beyond his control. And you shame him because he had a problem.
Right.
Like, which could be many things, stress, incontinence, like it's so many reasons why it happens. And it's hard to even diagnose what the problem may be. But nobody needed to know that. So now I feel like the kid feels like You know, if my father really loved me, would he be talking about me like that? Like my classmates, my, you know, the world did not need to know my business.
Right.
So I feel like he's doing such a disservice if his child is out there, because now I was 15, dealt with, you know, my parents being separated at 13. And I don't know about you, but I played them both like a fiddle. Yeah, mommy said I can't go out. She's being a bitch. She got her balls twisted. So it was time to go to daddy's, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, kids are manipulative. They know how to play when there's not a divorce. Play
Yep.
one parent against the other. I mean, all children do it at every age.
Oh, my daughter's grown, and
Hey,
we
yeah.
still laugh that my husband's to this day is Disneyland dad, and I'm just an old bitch.
Oh,
But
same
she's
thing.
my best friend. She loves and respects me, but
Same.
she she
And, and
knew.
if you can't get what you want from me or my husband, she'll go right upstairs to my mother-in-law. And my mother-in-law, I mean, she could blow the house up and still it wouldn't be her fault.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Kids know how to play.
Yeah.
Kids, teenagers, toddlers, every age.
You know, I want to say something before I forget it because I've had a gummy today already. But Glory made a good point, and I never thought about this. She made an excellent point. Seth's mom is a nurse practitioner. That's out there. I didn't dig into you, but that's out there. That's a mandated reporter. So if your grandson is telling you about all this abuse, yeah, uh, yeah, you should have
Right, and
reported
I
that.
agree
You're a
with
mandated reporter. As a nurse practitioner, you are a mandated reporter. Period.
And I
And you
agree with
didn't do it.
Easy. Like, if you didn't do anything about it, you're worse
Right.
than the abuser in my eyes.
Right.
Because I
Right.
know if I knew my son or daughter was getting abused, I'd be doing everything in my power to, you know what I mean? And I would be speaking on Facebook. You should have been speaking about that abuse on Facebook when it was happening, not now. And
Yeah.
I'm serious, Marina. When this all happened and the child was missing, did all this information go to the FBI, or is this information they
Well,
need to
apparently
know?
not, because she said she's going to go. She hasn't talked to TBI, but she's going to put everything. She's going to go talk to them if they don't talk.
Right.
Okay,
So within the
okay,
3
lady.
months,
Shame on you.
that he's missing,
Your
100.
hate, just like your son, your hate for Katie overrides the love of your grandson. Not sorry. Not sorry a bit. I
So
tell you.
100 days, but more than 100 days now, and you or Seth did not think to report this to the FBI at any point. That's crazy.
Yeah, so it is what it is, and there ain't no. I don't think she got anything. I think this is just a dog whistle for people to continue the hate, continue the donos, continue the pats on the ass, continue the all the things. That's just what I think. That's just me. But
But everybody's so one-sided against Chris and Katie that nobody ever called it out that these two didn't protect Sebastian. I'm doing that in quotation marks. Protect Sebastian when they when they supposedly were abusing him. But everybody's so blindsided by their
Right.
hate for Chris and Katie that nobody is seeing that.
right.
But
It
you
just
know what I
hurts me.
think it is? I think it is, and it's a double-edged sword, is because they're being silent. So silent to many people mean guilty. But now they'll twist it. They tell you when you're a parent of a missing child or a child that committed crime, avoid social media, don't go on it, don't listen to it, blah 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 blah. So they're doing exactly what they see is going on, and taking the advice that they've been given by the normal people of social media. So when they don't talk, people are going to talk for them. But I didn't think it was going to be Seth.
And death grifts. Sorry, I was going to say get death grip, but it's not death grifts. I can't speak. No, baby, that's not true about Tennessee. Not every citizen of the state of Tennessee is a mandated reporter. That's not true. No. Uh, uh, any healthcare professional, nurses, doctors, teachers, um, uh, yeah, those are your mandated reporters.
And Rowena.
Now, should you say something? If you say something, yes. And there's a lot of classes you have to go through too that you just don't call on foolishness. You know what I mean? Like people's kids are up late or whatever. That's ridiculousness. But if there's something truly to where a child's being harmed, I haven't called on YouTube, but in my real life, yes, I have made a phone call. I've made a couple of phone calls on different people, and not sorry about it. And everyone in Tennessee is a mandated reporter under the state law. Well, that must have changed recently because I never knew that. Maybe I don't know.
So the grandmother says that she spoke to Seth once a month. I mean, Sebastian once a month, and he confided into her, right? But now I know as a kid, when I was sad about things that were going on or whatever, I would most likely talk to a friend's parent or whatever, or more like a guidance counselor in school if I was having issues that they would pick up on. And that's somebody that Sebastian would see every day. But
yeah, and Toto, yeah, I caught that too. She said she talked to him twice a month. She talked to him twice a month.
Right. So what's my
sometimes
point
in
is,
between,
I could see the conversation right now. Are they being nice to you? Did you get in trouble?
Mm-hmm.
Or did you get grounded? Did you get spanked? I could
And was
totally
that
see
twice a
that.
month? And I'm sure that twice a month is when he was with Seth.
or
him
the
telling the
twice a month
truth.
was when he was pissed off and call and be like, my mom's being mean because I can't have ice cream. Like,
Right.
come on.
Because with all the CPS records, it sounds like he didn't understand what abuse really was. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Well, his dad taught him, it's not abuse.
Well, I understand.
You bleed to death.
I understand, but I'm just saying some of the abuse accusations, it sounds like were a little frivolous. They weren't as bad as for CPS, you know what I mean? But and I don't think he understood exactly what abuse was. I think he misunderstood,
Well, if we left it up to our own children to consider what was abuse and what wasn't, I think we'd all be in trouble.
I'd much rather a kid say something than look into it and there's no cause than a kid not to say something and there was cause and they were scared to say something.
Oh,
so
definitely.
Kudos to whoever told him that was a safe place that he could go tell his teacher.
Definitely. I'm not faulting him for that.
Yeah.
No, me either. But what I'm saying is, obviously, Grandma didn't think it was that abusive if she didn't do anything about it then.
Right.
Yeah.
She knew it was frivolous of a kid, a normal kid being like, yeah, my mom and Chris are being mean because they won't let me watch a movie, or they told me to go to bed at 10 o'clock. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, so obviously, then you didn't think it was that bad of abuse that needed to be reported, or you would, especially if, like you said, she's a nurse.
Yeah, she's a nurse practitioner.
Yeah.
So, get the fuck out of here. Anyway, let's play it. Let's play all the things.
Yeah, she's almost a damn
Sebastian
doctor. She
Rogers
knows
is still
way better.
missing, and it seems that
Yeah,
law
baby.
enforcement is still at square one.
Here we go. We're gonna play it real quick so we can listen to it. Then we'll stop and read these fucking messages because
I know of a few citizens that have taken it upon themselves to go out searching for Sebastian, which I really admire, since I don't see the Proudfoots out there searching, or any planned searches by law enforcement.
Well, the Proudfoots were searching. They didn't come out and announce it, and they didn't have JLR following them around like Seth did. So I hope that clears up that misinformation for you. Evil exists.
Plus, they're constantly being hounded.
Grandmother.
I'm sorry?
Plus, they're constantly being hounded. How good of a search can they really do under the stress of being hounded and followed constantly?
Exactly.
Robin Rogers has been furious, as can be imagined, about her grandson's disappearance. She has been voicing her opinions and thoughts on Facebook since the beginning. I want to share a few of her posts today. She says she sent a very emotional message to Katie on the 16th March, urging her to tell the truth for the first time in her life, and if anything happened to her grandson, she would push for the death penalty. Katie replied telling Robin not to contact them ever again, and all messages have been forwarded to law enforcement. Then there were quite a few posts of her insinuating that.
Do you blame her?
Exactly.
Do you fucking blame her? I don't.
Exactly. And I think she should have done exactly what was said to do. That was threatening, and you sent it to TBI. But I tell you one thing she didn't do. She didn't go in a fucking chat and scream all this in a chat or hop up on a panel. That's something she didn't do. Because, see, I think they really want to find Sebastian, unlike other people. Just saying.
I gotta agree with you. Sometimes I feel like Seth don't want this journey to end because he's like,
He's loving the limelight.
Right.
He's loving it. The
grifter.
He's a
attention.
celebrity.
Yeah, he's loving the attention. But look, even you know what? Just like Seth goes off and says shit on YouTube and on he goes off and says shit on YouTube and stuff. His mom's over here saying shit on YouTube and on Facebook. Look at this. She's right here commenting, Robin Rogers. There was a lot more than one time, and there were a lot more other abuses.
Why do you say something, Robin?
Sebastian told me that he swore me to secrecy. So you're a mandated reporter, but you're and a child's coming and telling you that they're being abused, and they swore you to secrecy, just like their fucking abuser swore them to secrecy, huh? So you just feed right into that behavior and make them
you
think
took the
that's
words
okay.
right out of my mouth, Queen Bee. I totally agree.
Yep, thank you.
What is abuse? The first thing
So a
abuse
predator's
does,
telling them to keep it a secret, and they come and tell their grandma, and you keep it a secret because their predator told them to keep it a secret, right? That's you fucking don't even make no goddamn sense.
Yeah, she could have told them that she didn't want them to know who told them, and they would have kept it to themselves. They wouldn't have told.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they got to spread this narrative that Katie and Chris are fucking horrific. Okay, we're still rolling with that. So hold on, here we go.
She deletes it and just ask them to look into it too, not have to say that he said anything.
Suffered some form of abuse while in the Proudfoot home by none other than Chris Proudfoot. In this post, she says that it was a lot more than one time, there were a lot more abuses, and Sebastian swore her to secrecy. I found more posts of her calling Chris Proudfoot out directly. She said Seth was asked if he was aware of the abuse that Chris was putting Sebastian through, and he tried to get Sebastian multiple times, but Katie is manipulative. At the very beginning of this case, and one of the first posts that Robin Rogers put out there is this one. She says that Sebastian has told her a lot of things. Apparently, she called him about at least 2 times a month, and many times in between that too. She says that she's sure Chris Proudfoot would not want her to put this stuff out there. Let's keep in mind that Sebastian had to refer to Chris as Mr. Chris, not Dad. Now while some say that is common around there, as a sign of respect or something, Robin Rogers asks that people on social media not refer to Chris as Sebastian's father or dad. He's none of those, and it may...
Look, let me tell y'all something. Look, a lot of times it's offensive to the other parent when you call the step parent mom or dad. So you call them Mr. whatever.
You call them whatever your kid's comfortable calling them. That's
exactly. Look, my stepmother, my stepmother, we called her the mother, not mother, the mother. That's what her biological daughter called her. That's what I called her. That's what my dad called her. That's what everybody called her.
Right.
Was the mother. And I came up with that because I didn't know what to call her. I didn't want to call her by her first name because to me it was kind of disrespectful to call my stepmother by her first name. I didn't want to call her by mom, so I called her the mother. I was 11 years old. It stuck. Shut the fuck up.
Right. I mean, it just...
Also, I'd like them to see the proof of where Seth tried. Like, how hard did he try? Did he go to court? Like, how did he try? How obviously, if he tried, there's proof. So let's see it.
Yeah.
And can you imagine how pissed Seth would have been if Sebastian called Chris dad?
Mellow one, you're up here
That's
with
what
us.
I'm saying. That's
Can
what
you?
I'm saying. It's
Hold
like,
on, ladies. Hold on, ladies. Mellow one, you're up here with us. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, ladies. Hey, Life Reminded. Long time no hear from.
I just wanted to make sure you could hear us. Okay, go ahead,
Yes,
girls. I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
Hey,
I
spit up.
don't want to be rude. I just wanted to make sure Mellow one could hear us.
No, I'm good. Thank you, guys. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Roro.
oh, sorry, but yeah, if he would have called, it's like I didn't call my stepmother mom because my biological mom would have exploded.
Right.
I knew that. I might have wanted to. She didn't like the mother, so there's that.
Right.
You're not going to make everybody happy, but you do what the kid wants to do. It just took off in my family, and when she died in February, everybody was referring to her as the mother. It was hilarious. So get the fuck out of here that he called him Mr. Chris. That's what Sebastian wanted to call him. But see, if he called him Dad, then y'all be like, see, he was trying to step in Seth's shoes. He was trying to take over. See, you can't win for losing. Losing. Ruby Sue, hush. Oh shit.
So yeah, it's basically here. This says Tracy Glover, shut your mouth. Let's see here. Robin Rogers, Tracy Glover, shut your mouth. He was asked if he knew anything about the abuse that Chris was putting Sebastian through. He has tried multiple times to get Sebastian, but Katie manipulates people. Really, that's rich. If you can't say something constructive, shut your mouth. Oh, that's even better. I'm tired of all the negativity and muck raking. Okay. It is not constructive and it does not help to bring Sebastian home. We are all very tired of our tempers and our nerves are very short. If people cannot say things to add to finding Sebastian, they should just keep it to themselves. I will not tolerate you trying to make Seth look like a bad guy because he has done nothing but be an excellent father to his son. Really? Okay. Hold on. With that being said, give me 1 second. I'm going to pull this up real quick. And here we go. Let's see.
Queen, even if that's true, he's not being a great father right now. Sorry, but he's not.
Right.
Well, his head fell in his hand, so there's that. He put out his essay history. There's that. His mother that he loves. Sorry, Seth. He loves his mama. He loves you too, but he does love
But
his
just
mother.
like Seth loves his mother, Sebastian loves his mother too.
Exactly.
Ladies, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to add something really quick, if I can, Queen, before you go on with reading what the grandmother said, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to read what the grandmother said. I was actually going to read the paperwork from the So the DVRO says, since returning from deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, the neck, and the back. I have witnessed him taking his anger out on Sebastian and grab him with both hands, lifting his entire body up, slamming him down, then to proceed to beat him.
Oh. Okay.
There were pictures.
He has on so many cases whipped him with the belt, not paying attention to where he was even hitting him because he was so angry.
I just wanted to add to this that I just got off the phone with Tennessee at Children's Services because I tuned into about the part where somebody said, and I don't know who said it, that Tennessee was a mandated child abuse report state. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna call and ask. They are. In fact,
well, I don't know about that.
No,
actually.
I know for sure, 100%. Anybody in here can look it up right now. They are definitely a mandated child abuse state. It doesn't matter if you're Tom Green or a nurse. So the grandmother to say that, oh well, Sebastian told me all this stuff. Bitch, if you didn't report it, you're going to jail.
The grandmother doesn't live in Tennessee, but she is a mandated reporter for her employment.
Okay.
Yeah, she doesn't live in Tennessee, but
well, I mean the father too. I mean, isn't it up to Seth if your son is telling you all this stuff to say something?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I don't have any sympathy except for the fact that his child is not where they know where he's supposed to be right now. Other than that, I don't have any sympathy for him. I don't know. I just feel And it could just be, speculation like everybody else on the internet. But I think there's something else going on. There's something like I feel in my
Well,
heart that the child
no,
is still alive. He's out there, and I think that Seth knows he's out there, and he maybe even possibly, allegedly, even knows where he is. And I'll
well,
just
I agree with you because the thing is, I never thought that in the beginning, and I probably still don't now. But I feel like the more he's being so extra that it almost people are going to start to think that you're covering up something.
Right.
Like, people think like that on here. We've been here a long time. Like, you're going out of your way to really paint Katie out to be like this, like, horrible human being, but yet you never reported enough. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's being extra, and now eyes are starting. People that once sided with him, you could see, are now not siding with him. Like, people are starting to look at you. So keep it up, idiot.
it's the extra, and it's also the surrounding yourself with all these people that are really no good, and you should know that they're no good. And yeah, I get, like, if your child is missing, you want everybody and their mother to go searching for you, but let's vet some people a little bit before you.
Well, I don't know about you, but if I know if my child was missing, the last person that be sleeping over my house was a fucking YouTuber. That's for sure.
Right.
Well, I think it's really interesting that Tony said weeks and weeks and weeks ago that Seth would take 100 prisoners and have them search for his son. He'll take anybody. But then T-Rev comes out with his stories and all the things come out about that. And he's like, "Don't say my son's name. Don't say my name. I don't want you searching. I don't want my son's name in your mouth." Okay. See, it makes no sense.
Well, come on. Do we actually trust Tony, judge a character? He seems to think that the person we won't mention is, like, the greatest thing on the YouTube streets. He needs his fucking head examined.
Well, it's a grift, baby.
Well, exactly right, Lorena.
He's getting tattoo money, honey.
There's way too much money involved in this. I get, like, in the very beginning, like, you don't know whether to go back to war, what to do. Maybe you might get start a PayPal.
Not day
or something.
three. Not day 3 with PTO, and you ain't missed a cent. Sorry, not sorry.
They're making so much money hand over fist. It's not even funny. It's kind of disgusting.
But hey, Queen.
Hey, look, did you guys ever see how much when Vinny G did how much in, I think, a month and a half or 2 months between the Gabby Petito and Samuel's case? Motley Golightly has the breakdown. It was over $63,000 in less than 2 months. $63,000. That's not including Cash App or Venmo or any of that.
Well, she has nothing to say. But back to what she was reading. Can you imagine what it says after coming back from deployment? This woman went to war and came back and found out that her husband and the father of her child has been abusing her child. Can you imagine what that must have felt like for her?
And Queen, I'm going to ask you, is this the document? Don't show them. Please don't show them. But is this, or was it the divorce papers or whatever, but was it this document that had the pictures of Sebastian with the bruises and the actual physical evidence?
Yes, and I would not show the pictures anyway, but they're attached to this.
But see, this isn't just her words. There is physical proof on this.
Wow.
Yes, there's physical proof attached to these documents that I'm not going to show. Absolutely not. I would never do that.
Right.
But yes,
but I
there's
just wanted to
actual
point that
documents.
out. This isn't
Lorena,
just her word.
Just to bring me up to speed. So, Queen, you're saying, because I'm totally not aware of this. Maybe nobody else is yet either. Maybe about to spell the.
That's why we're going over it, because there's a lot of people who have never went through this and they don't know anything about it.
I'm going to mic myself right now and listen to what you've got to say.
Yeah.
This needs to get out.
And there's 3 recordings of the abuse. She actually turned in 3 recordings of the abuse that we will not be playing either.
Yep. So this isn't just her words.
So there's pictures and video proof that she turned in as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, the last question is, how did this get released to the public, though?
It's public information.
Oh, somebody dug it up. Okay, that's what all I need.
I believe in the police report, it's a DVRO.
Yeah.
Domestic violence.
It's just like divorce papers.
Order.
It's public information.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so she goes, I'm tired of all the negativity. Anyways, she's upset because people are making Seth out to be the bad guy. So here's the response, right? So this is
beginning of this case, and one of the first posts that Robin Rogers put out there is this one. She says that Sebastian has told her a lot of things. Apparently.
A lot of things, but she didn't turn any of them in. But she threatens it, though. She makes threats that she will turn it in if her grandson isn't brought home.
She called him about at least 2 times a month, and many times in between that too. She says that she's sure Chris Proudfoot would not want her to put this stuff out there. Let's keep in mind that Sebastian had to refer to Chris as Mr. Chris, not Dad. Now, well,
he had to refer to him as Mr. Chris because that's what Seth wanted him to do. He did not want him to be referring to him as Dad because he thought it was disrespectful. And Seth says, that's my son. That's my son. I named him, not you. So, we already know that's true.
Well, some say that is common around there. As a sign of respect or something, Robin Rogers asks that people on social media not refer to Chris as Sebastian's father or dad. He is none of those.
But he lived with, it was him and Katie who, raised Sebastian and took care of him daily.
Roof over his head, food in his belly, homework done, clothes on his back.
Exactly. Like, when you weren't working, Seth, the child still needed to eat and have a roof over his head,
Yeah.
God forbid that somebody, like Chris, go out of his way and do that. And I don't even think the man considered it going. It's family. You do what you have to.
Right. So there's one thing that I forgot to include in my post. If you care anything about my son, quit referring to Christopher Proudfoot as Sebastian's dad, father, or parent. Trust me, he's none of those. Every time I hear him refer to such, it makes my skin crawl and breaks my son's heart. Oh, really? Because we give a fuck about your son's heart. No, we care about bringing Sebastian home. Right. We don't give 2 shits about Seth's fucking heart.
Sorry, just don't.
Sure as hell didn't give a shit about Katie's heart.
I don't really hear people referring to Chris as that's dad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't. So who is he referring to? Because do you guys hear it? People saying, Chris is Seth's dad. Stepdad.
Sebastian's dad. Yeah, I get it.
I mean, sorry, Rowena.
It's just more hate. It's just more hate. This is all just hate. I mean, that's all it is. Okay. And there ain't no perfect parent out there. I'm sure Chris made mistakes. I'm sure Katie made mistakes. Lord, I've seen Seth's mistakes. Fuck. But y'all keep in mind when these DVRO papers are finished being read, this is when they had to take, this happened in California, and they had to take Seth Rue's guns because this got granted.
All of us make mistakes as parents. None of us are perfect parents.
Sure
do.
do.
We've all said and done things that we're not proud of, but this stuff is actual abuse that he did. This isn't disciplining. This is actual abuse. When you leave bruises, that's abuse.
Yeah, well, that's not manipulation, though, right? Did she paint the bruises on him? Like, come on now.
When you pick up a child, you've hit a child so hard you pick them up off the ground. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, I believe that you could hit
and
a
everybody's
child
gonna have a fit
without
because
them too. So
Chris spanked Sebastian over his clothes with a belt one time. Get the fuck out of here. Seriously. Am I pro that? No. But it's the hypocrisy just kills me.
Queen, when was that? Do you know when that post was made by Grandma?
I don't know. It's just in a video. I think she said it was early. The idiot that made the video, he's trash too.
Yeah, it was early on in the case that she was posting that shit over on that Facebook.
Well, I only asked because if it was early on, what's taking us so long? Because he obviously hasn't returned. Why hasn't she promised through with her threats of exposing these so-called secrets that she knows?
Well, I'm gonna stand on what I said. Maybe Mama, you should have got your old boy under control when he was 24. 14 is 14. I'm
Right.
gonna stand on it. I'll stand on it all day. Sorry.
And
Bullshit.
they have video and photo proof of Seth abusing Sebastian. They don't have any of that for Chris and Katie. So, yeah.
Correct.
Good luck.
And it was granted. This wasn't just words. That's why I asked.
Yeah, this went
Because I
through
know
court.
a lot of people don't know this, and they don't know the stuff that's also attached to this. I knew Queen wouldn't show it, but I just wanted people to know that this isn't just her words. There is proof.
You know what, Rowena? Like, and I agree with what you say, like, because I know, like, I was listening to you guys, like always, but Illuminati saying, like, I don't want to go up there because I got to sit on my own hands. And I feel the same way, too, like, when I listen to things. But imagine, like, this is the anger that we feel that he's doing this to Sebastian and her mom and just the family in general. I mean, can you imagine what it has to take for Chris and Katie to just have to sit and listen to this?
They've
I
gone
commend
after.
them.
They've gone after Chris's daughter and that custody case. Anything attached to Katie, they want to hurt. Seth even insinuated on a panel, and Chris had to jump up and confront him that Chris's parents had Sebastian. Stop it. Uh, do y'all see the level of hate? That's why I said it weeks ago.
Right,
That's
and
why
all
I
this
said
level
it.
of hate, like, you don't see Chris's parents speaking out, Chris or Katie speaking out. Like, I don't know how they refrain themselves from, just God
Oh,
bless them.
girl.
I
Oh,
could not even
girl.
say it.
Look, if Seth was my ex-husband, I would have driven to his house and beat the fuck out of him.
Oh, you're not kidding, man. I would have
But,
ripped him a new asshole.
but
After
that's
everything
why.
that's said and done on here, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shoot, honey,
And
please.
here, let's see. I opened this in a new
There's only
page.
so much you can take, and that's what I feel like. Are you trying to push them? And thank God they're not like us, I guess, because if they retaliated and sounded so angry like we do, like that's only going to be more of,
Right.
oh,
That's
look,
not going to help
I do.
Sebastian.
You
That's
know,
not
not
going to help Sebastian. So that
That's
would
what
be the only thing that would stop me. Is it would not help my son, my child's case if I was sitting in jail. That would be the only thing. But once I got my child home, like I said, I'd sell that ass on the street to get me a good attorney. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Sure
good luck.
would.
I'll tell you what, when he does come home, good luck, because I
Okay.
hope to God Katie takes his ass to court for all the things he said about her and his child. And you know what? Good luck. You'll be having monetized visitation rights. God, he's only making this so much worse for this child.
That's what I said the other day. I've never raised a finger to my husband, but boy, if I was married to a guy like Seth, I would probably become an abusive wife. Oh my God.
I mean,
I
now
can't
you
even
can.
believe it. Not that it's okay to
I
be
only listened to
abusive. I'm
Katie
just saying.
twice.
Right. Well, everybody's got their breaking point, and for my child, I'm sorry. Look, you can mess with me all day long. My family, you touch my child, look, you
Yeah.
emotionally abuse her, you physically abuse her, you abuse her, and you verbally abuse her. I will jump down your throat, and you will feel me in your asshole. Trust and believe. I
That's what I'm
swear.
saying. If Katie didn't abuse him, she's a stronger woman than me because
That's why
you touched my kids, man. Oof.
There's no questionable the reason why she's divorced him. I mean, okay, she was young and naive, and I can imagine what he was doing to get her to, like him.
Called
But
grooming.
as soon as she got
for it.
mature
It's called
enough to
grooming.
know, oh God,
Called grooming. There's a term, a real life term. It's called grooming.
He's a whole hot ass mess.
And all these YouTubers are excusing all this. Don't
yeah,
forget
well,
that. All
right.
these YouTubers that are going after Katie and Chris
Yeah.
and putting Seth on a pedestal and praising him like he's a goddamn god.
Yeah.
They're
Don't tell me.
co-signing this. They're saying it's okay for all this abuse to have happened.
Yeah, they're building them more and more up. I mean, you see,
Right.
like, it went from like not wanting to talk about personal issues to, I mean, shit, there isn't a goddamn thing he hasn't told us yet. I mean, next he's gonna tell us what time he takes his shit.
Now he'll do it on a live.
You think he'll wash his hands?
He'll take he'll take a picture of it and have Tony put it out on his Twitter, or TikTok, or whatever it is. Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
All these people that call themselves child advocates.
Yep.
How are you a
Yeah.
child advocate when you're backing somebody who groomed a 14-year-old? How are you a
Groomed a
child
14-year-old
advocate
and beat
when
a
you're
child?
backing somebody that had these allegations and proof put against them in a court of law?
Mm-hmm.
How
Yeah,
do you
that's
back
great.
that as a child advocate? If you're here for the children, how do you back this shit?
Yeah.
This wasn't a one-off thing like the whole belt thing with Chris. I believe that was a one-off thing. Katie probably gave him the what for about it, I'm sure. And it's probably never happened again. But how do you co-sign this if you're a child advocate, if you care
Tell
about the
us
children?
at what
Kiss
point
my
of
ass.
your loving Seth does that benefit a child?
Don't tell me you stand with victims of SA while you sit there and let somebody put the mother of a missing child's essay out and
Oh my
that
God,
missing
yeah.
child's essay out. Don't tell me you stand for that. Don't. Hypocrites. Y'all just stand for money. That's it.
Exactly.
That's all
I
it
mean,
is.
come on. It's the age old. We know this since it's going on for how long? I mean, ever since YouTube Live and became popular. They did it with the Watts case. I mean, they bled it till it couldn't bleed no more.
They're still
Same
bleeding
thing with
it.
Gabby and Summer. And I mean, it's just, every case that becomes like, sensational, like, known worldwide, they do it too.
It's all money, honey.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not talking about Molly as a person. I'm talking about the figures that she made when she was doing the pathetic shit she was doing.
Well, she went and paid cash for a car for her son off Summer
Exactly.
Wells money.
Right.
Paid cash for a Charger. I think it was a Charger. I don't know, or Camaro or something. But yeah, it's okay. It's all good. And another thing is, like, these people, like Tony says, I don't take a dime. I don't take a dime. I don't believe you. But if you don't, there's also a thing as far as you're getting your ego stroked. You're getting the, like, people are saying, well, she didn't have a monetized channel. Well, you can do fucked up shit. Sorry. You can do fucked up shit and not make money of it just for attention.
I mean,
Like
look
the
at that
Weirdo
whole
Doll
thing they
Family.
organized with Seth to look for Sebastian. That was nothing but I call it the Seth pity parade. Like, and he was the, what is it called when you're the president of the parade? Like, I forget what they call it. But, he was
the head clown.
Yeah, like, you know what
Okay.
I'm saying? Like,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I can't think of the word either.
And he was like the best float there. Everybody was.
I think this is the most attention.
He really thinks he's a movie star.
I think this is the most attention he's gotten in his whole life.
Exactly.
And this is a lot of attention. I've never gotten this
Especially
much
when
attention
he's
in my
being
life.
told, Rowena, that he's the better man than the man that was actually taking care of his son.
All right, Grand
now
Marshal.
He's the better man.
He's the Grand Marshal of the parade. They're saying it in chat. I couldn't think of the word. I just head clown. I don't give Grand anything except for, anyway.
I mean, he's to him, and that's what seconds me. He's on top of the world now. Like, this is the ass pat that this man's been waiting for all of his life, because he's always felt less than. Because the honest truth is, and I don't like to say that about anybody, he was less than. If you don't want to work and you have to be told that you have to work, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you don't want to co-parent and, teach your child right from wrong and hold on to a punishment that mom gave.
Courtney, are you done reading you're not done reading the RO, are you? You haven't
I'm
read
sorry, go ahead. I'll mute.
No, you're fine.
No, I was just waiting on you ladies to finish talking,
Oh, yeah. Maybe we just need to start from the beginning again. I won't interrupt. I'm on mute. Because this needs to be heard.
Yep.
And taken in.
Yes, it does. You guys good? You want me to go ahead and read this? Okay.
Yeah, Rowena, we'll take notes to the questions we have. Let her read
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you guys then, okay? So that
Sure.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay. All right, let's do this. So it says, since returning from deployment in December, I have witnessed a multitude of events from Seth. I have seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. I have witnessed him, when taking his anger out on Sebastian, grab him with both hands, lift his entire body up, and slam him down, then proceed to beat him. Reference back to Mortal Kombat. He has on many occasions and cases whipped him with a belt, not paying attention to where he was hitting him because he was so angry. My neighbors informed me during my duty days that they have seen Sebastian on multiple occasions coming outside the house crying and looking for his dad because he had been gone for long periods of time and he didn't know where he was. They told me they have told my son to go inside and lock the door when this occurred. Seth will, on a regular basis, just walk into the living room and get naked, not caring that Sebastian is in the area and sees this. On several occasions when Sebastian expressed stress or anxiety about our separation or his dad's anger, he would respond by telling Sebastian that this is still because mommy doesn't want to love daddy anymore.
Emotional abuse. Physical abuse.
By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be present any time that Seth were due to him making them uncomfortable. When we went to the school to meet his teacher before the school year had started, we had just finished explaining about Sebastian's diagnosis and about the fluid on his brain, and he did something to irritate his father, who then responded by hitting him in the head in front of his teacher. When I addressed him about it and told him he cannot do that, he cannot keep doing that because it's wrong, he told me it wasn't that hard and it's fine, and people need to stop telling him how to raise his son. Now tell me that doesn't sound like Seth.
That
totally sounds like him. Can I ask real quick what year this was?
I don't know, but I'll give me a second. I'll read it in a minute.
That's okay.
I think it's on the back, but I'm not sure.
That's fine.
I found out when I took the restraining order to the school that they had contacted CPS, Child Protective Services, 1 week prior. So the school called CPS on Seth. The social worker and myself have seen behaviors from my son, such as waking up screaming and kicking in the middle of the night with terrors, fear of making a mistake for fear that his dad will beat him. He had an accident at school where he wet his pants and was terrified for his daddy to find out. He is displaying aggressive behaviors that mirror what his father says and does. I have reached out to his doctor and am requesting assistance with therapy for PTSD in light of the child abuse and to help my son recover from this. I have spoken to his doctor and a referral is in place for therapy to start as soon as possible to help him with his transition and to cope and recover from the trauma that he has been through. Wow. And then you have things like this. So I do believe that he does parent because he does parent like that because this right here is what he said.
My son went to school and told his teacher that I beat his ass. And when CPS showed up, I was like, I told him to clean his room or I was going to bust his butt. Did you bust his butt? No, he cleaned his room. Mm-hmm. There was the threat of a butt whooping.
Right.
You know? And he was like, well, he said that you were going to beat him. And I'm like, wow, okay. So when he came home, I literally turned on Mortal Kombat and I turned the blood action on. And I showed him what a beatdown was. Through video games. I was like, you see all that blood and everything, son? That's a beatdown. I was going to bust your butt. Come on. Really? It was like, I'm sorry, Dad. And I'm like, there's no reason to be sorry. Just educate yourself on the verbiage and the words that you use. Because you can blow things out of proportion and not even realize what you're doing. So,
do you think that
Yeah. It might not have him even going to school and saying that. It could have been that teacher sat there and watched you pop him in the head and said, no, bitch. There you go.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, I honestly, I'm after hearing this, I'm really starting to lean towards that maybe Katie and Chris were talking on the phone about Sebastian moving in with his dad, and he could have ran away not wanting to live with his dad. Going, oh my God, there's no protection for me. I'm going to have to live with my dad, you know.
Yep.
Thinking he was going to have to go live with his dad.
All right, I'm going to read the rest of this before we get lost in the sauce. Seth has been monitoring all of my phone calls. Somebody's got feedback, so we're going to have to mute.
Sorry. Sorry.
So, I don't know what's going on, Roro, if it's your earbuds or what, but you got feedback really bad. Seth has been monitoring all of my phone calls and not allowing me to speak with anyone, including my own family, without listening. He has been monitoring every text and call that I make to patronize me and keep me from telling people exactly what's been going on, hovering over every phone call that I make. On 6/5/2016, so there's a date. There's a date she's referencing anyways. Seth was very angry and belligerent. He stormed out of the house and got into that Chevy Cruze and peeled tires out of the parking lot. Approximately 30 minutes, give or take later, he came back pulling in crooked and fast, jumped out of the car, ran inside the house looking for his gun, stating that he was going to kill that. My neighbor was over at the time and took recording of him during that time. So there's the recording of him acting a fool, saying he was going to bang somebody, you know. My neighbor was over at the time. Okay, so I responded that if he took his gun and tried to hurt someone, that he would wind up in jail, that he could not do that. My neighbor went outside with him and spoke to him, where he stated that someone followed him and threw a soda at his car, and there was soda was all over the outside and inside of the car. So the next page, let's see here. I'll open this in a different window. So give me 1 second here.
I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to say really fast. You heard that part where he was listening to every call she made and hovering over her and everything? That's the same stuff that they're accusing Chris of. So they're mixing up this abuse allegation to what they think Chris is doing to her. It was actually Seth that was doing it to her, not Chris.
Right. Yep. So okay, and pulled him out of the car. Okay, ready? Here we go. We're gonna finish the neighbor dispute and pulled him out of the car through the driver's side window and punched him in the face. He said he did nothing to provoke this and refused to make a police report after being repeatedly advised to call the police and make an incident report. He did not have markings, but was exaggerating his limp for approximately 5 minutes before walking normal again. I'm done. He exaggerated his limp.
Girl.
Come on now. We
Don't
just like
think
so we
Don't
know
think
he's
Did he do the twist and wiggle? That's what I
Right.
want to know.
Twisty wiggle.
Did he do the twist and wiggle? That's what
I
I
have
need to
also
know.
received multiple complaints at various times throughout the past 4 to 6 months from my neighbors that he makes them feel really uncomfortable when he is standing out front confronting everyone else when they come home or he's watching them. My neighbor in unit is in process of adopting and they have the person come to their house on a regular basis. I caught Seth approximately a month ago confronting the gentleman because he parked in his spot and telling him he doesn't care who the fuck he is and that if he does it again, he'll take action to have his car towed or beat his ass. This was a social worker there to check. Wow, this was a social worker there to check their home, and he knew it.
Anger
Can you imagine him as a corrections officer?
Yeah.
Attached our pictures with our son, with marks left by handprints, left by respondent. I certify under the penalty of perjury under the laws that this is foregoing and true and correct, and she signed it at the bottom. So yes, she did sign it. It is a legit document.
What year was that?
Let me go back and look on this one because it doesn't show.
I thought it might be at the end.
Yeah, I thought it would be too, but it doesn't show the. Let me see if I can find the other one with the. Okay, so it says, hold on, because here's this one, the declaration. Let's see. This has. Let's see when this one is. Superior California Court. This is where remember he said the judge, Seth actually said the judge told him he was abusive.
Yep.
Yes. So somebody has feedback still a little bit, but here's this document here. So there's this one that's attached. I'm not going to show the other ones because there is pictures and I refuse to show that. But
Is that does that say 89?
No, that might be when he was born or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was like, what is that?
I don't know. This is just a document that's connected to that's, you know what I'm saying? That's in the.
Yeah.
So I opened. So here's another one in. Let's see here. This one here says. Trying to scoot this down.
On about August 29, 2016, Katie filed a temporary restraining order. It's hard for me to see just because I'm looking on my phone. Katie obtained a temporary.
This is Seth. This is Seth responding, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, because it says, I, Seth Rogers, declare that I am the respondent on the above captioned matter, and I have personal knowledge of each fact set forth in the declaration. If called as a witness, I could and would completely testify within the bounds here too. Petitioner Katie Rogers. Okay, so it says, and I were married June 21st, 2008. We reside together. We have been married for 8 years and 3 months. We have one child together, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Let's see. On or about August. Oh, I don't know why it keeps opening and closing like that. On or about August 29th, 2016, Katie obtained a temporary restraining order. So there you go. August 29th, 2016,
So all this happened when Sebastian, he was doing all this to a 7-year-old. Put that in your mind. Not the 15-year-old Sebastian. In 2016, Sebastian would have been 7, correct? Or am I doing my math right? or
Yeah, I'm
8.
pretty sure. So he would have been
Yeah.
6 or 7, somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere in there. So
young enough, too fucking young. I
a
mean,
first or second grader. You're doing this to a first or second. So put that picture. You know, sometimes you have to get the picture in your head. Put
right.
that picture in your head. You are picking up a 6 or 7-year-old child and slamming them to the ground. Okay. All
By
right.
their head, took both of his hands, lifted
Yeah.
Sebastian by his head with both of his hands. Seth did, and this is what it says allegedly on these in this paperwork, that he grabbed him with both of his hands and lifted him off the fucking ground by his fucking hands with his head.
Oh
Yep.
my God.
So 6
And
or
then
7.
slammed him to the ground, which obviously, even if he dropped him,
How much does 6 or 7-year-old weigh? What, 40 pounds maybe on a good
enough
day?
to hurt like hell when he fell down and dropped him. You know what I'm
Sure
saying?
enough.
Fucking dropped him.
Sure enough.
Or let go of him or whatever. You know, I mean, for fuck's sakes. This is why I said it makes me wonder if he didn't get scared that he had to go live with Seth and took the fuck off.
Yep. And that whole bit of you know, your mommy doesn't love daddy, that's why I'm leaving and all the
Yep.
things. That's emotional abuse. And sometimes emotional abuse is sometimes worse than physical abuse. I've often said if you slap me across my face, that sting will go away. But emotional abuse, that like takes your heart and really fucks it up and your
Yep.
head. And especially
And
when
I'll
you're like a little kid.
and I'll guarantee he was doing this all along with Sebastian recently, talking about how Katie ruined their lives as a family and how Chris was the reason, and totally putting this stuff in Sebastian's head. So that might be why Sebastian wouldn't listen to Chris and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He probably was totally turning Sebastian against Chris.
Yeah. Because, I mean, that's what happened in my family.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Parents.
Talking about him at any opportunity he got.
Yep. One of
Yeah.
my parents did it to me. I mean,
Yep.
I got stories for days, honey. Make y'all cry, but I ain't gonna put it out there because it's my story. But no, it'll fuck you up big time. And I'm talking about I was 11, so yeah, I was 11, and didn't have anybody to go to. So there's that.
Well,
But and I stepped away. Yesterday I popped in here for about 30 minutes last night. But after I shorted out on Sweetie PiLo, and I stand on everything I said about her, I don't take none of that back, none of it. That was just vile, nasty, you whole piece of shit. But I had, and Cheesy, I kind of heard you talking about it. Like I kind of went through this ethical dilemma with myself. Like, how can I have such disdain for a father of a missing child? Like, I was torn. You know what I mean? Like, but
Right.
my gut, I'm gonna trust my gut. Sorry, I'm just saying, and it's just not getting any better. And that's why I asked the other night, what? It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And so, I mean, are the lies going to get worse? I don't know, and I don't know legally. Like, can they put a gag order on this fool? I mean,
I was wondering the same.
can they
They
gag
could.
order
They could
him?
go to court and get a gag order put on him.
God, I would.
But all the shit's out of the bag, so why
But
now, I guess.
but I mean, we don't know if all the shit's out of the bag, and we don't know what he's going to make up. He could come out here and say that Chris used to be a duck and had feathers, and people would sit there and go, "Oh my God, he was a duck." I mean,
Right.
they'll believe anything. I mean,
It's true.
Well, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Remember when they said that he had a talk? Well, TikTok Tony said that he had a talk with the authorities and to get on the same page with them and blah blah blah. Well, I don't know about you, but do you think the authorities don't see and hear and know what you're doing on YouTube? So your chances of finding out anything that they know that they may share with the other set of parents
You know what, Firefly? Look at this. She says, is that how Roro, you'll have to turn your earbuds off. It's this
That's not
feedback.
me. I don't think
Oh.
that's me.
Oh, you're the only one unmuted, baby.
I
Oh,
think Life
sorry.
Rewinded had bad noise.
Yeah, I was gonna
Was it
say it
me?
must be rewinded then. Yeah, you got
Is it
feedback
me?
really bad, baby. It's on your TV or something. You got your YouTube is playing.
No, I don't have nothing played. All right, I'll go back to my different earpod.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I was gonna say it might be your earbuds, or if you don't have anything on before. But usually it's easier just to hit pause on your YouTube, and you hit pause and then hit the StreamYard link to come up.
But you were talking about Firefly. No, the water, I believe, from his brain was kind of like a birth thing, but it wasn't bad enough for a shunt. To where they put a shunt in and it drains that fluid into the abdomen. It wasn't as bad as that. And a lot of times kids will grow out of it. It dissolves as their brain and their heads get bigger. It dissipates. So I think I heard that it was not from. It was from birth. It wasn't from anything that happened. It just happens. It's just the degree. Now you do have to take precautions. You don't hit your kid in the head for any reason, whether they have any kind of abnormality with their brain or not. But yeah, it was from birth. Hydrocephalus,
Yes,
yeah.
the Firefly says, is that how Sebastian got water on the brain being slammed onto the ground? Makes you
No.
wonder, don't it?
It was from birth. Now, could it have made it worse? Yes, but we don't know that. But it was from birth, and
It makes you wonder. You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of what kind of injuries, or did it make it worse? Like that kind of
Right.
stuff. I mean, goddamn.
Well,
How you slam a 7-year-old boy? Look how big he is. Look how big he is.
Right.
God damn, he's a big son bitch. Like, you're slamming a fucking 7-year-old little ass fucking boy down.
Yep.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And
Right, and Sebastian wasn't a big kid.
No, flinging him around like a goddamn rag doll.
And you're off doing your military service for our country, and you come home to this. I can't imagine the terror. Yeah.
Right, seeing that shit over in war and then coming home and having your own war in your house. Yeah.
But, they got that PlayStation there, boo-boo. Just saying. Just saying.
So this is his response against me, and had me removed from our marital residence. She listed Sebastian as a protected party and obtained a child custody order through the TRO forbidding me to see him. There is a permanent domestic violence restraining order, DVRO, hearing set up for September 16th, 2016 before this court. Since being served, I have not violated it, the DVTRO, and have had no impermissible contact with either petitioner or our son. On August 29th and September 8th, I turned in my firearms I was in legal possession of to San Diego County Sheriff's Office. Attached, here's the exhibit, and true, correct copies, here's the receipts. Let's see here. Is that all for this one? Nope. Okay. Katie's request for a restraining order is based upon the following. I was highly aggressive in my mannerisms, and I cursed and yelled at her. Not a basis for a restraining order under the facts. I was very angry and yelling at our son, and our son said, "Daddy hit me."
Remember, pictures and video. Pictures and video.
Yep. He says, I was angry, yelling at our son, and son said, "Daddy hit me." Not a basis for a restraining order, as I never hit him. I have yelled at our son and slammed a door, breaking it. Not a basis for a restraining order.
That's pretty aggressive, breaking a door.
Yeah.
Because of a 7-year-old, yeah, I say it's a little aggressive.
Anger management, baby. Anger management. Check into it.
Yeah. So here it goes. Generic allegations of temper issues, false and not a basis for a restraining order, even if true. Wow. Okay, so anyhow, long story short, he says no. Okay, oh, here we go. Generic allegations of drug use, false, and in itself not a basis for a restraining order. As a result of these baseless allegations, I respectfully request the court to deny Katie's request for a permanent domestic violence restraining order. There has been so there's no basis for her claims, and she fails to prove conduct under the domestic violence. She did put, she does have pictures, videos, and recordings, 3 recordings and pictures as well. Just so you keep that in mind.
Right, and if he could do that in front of a neighbor, like, what does he do behind closed doors?
Right.
Well, he threatened to be a social worker of a neighbor that was trying to adopt a child, saying that he was going to beat their ass over a parking spot.
Yep.
It's hard to believe.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's a corrections officer, because I don't know what kind of prison he works at, but if he ever worked here on Rikers Island, they would beat him a lot.
He works at a very small jail, baby.
I was going to say, because the prisoners are relentless. Like, with his anger, I don't know how he survives.
Well, and did he piss off the wrong person? Did he throw away that, did he throw around that authority, that he's got strutting around like cock of the rock in there?
And I've wondered that too.
He seriously is a man baby. He's a big ass man baby.
But, well, I gotta hop down. I'll be listening. I gotta do some little things today. But thanks for letting me hop up. Sorry I talked so much. But
bye, Rowena. Have a good day. It was nice.
You too. It's nice talking to you. Kathy's asking about some kind of. Kathy, email it to Queen and see if I don't know if she's played it or not on another day. But it was him. Kathy's writing in chat that there's a video that she's going to get of the vigil, and Seth was hitting on the women that were there in my shop now.
That's crazy that you say that, because I've heard it so many times now. Like, honestly, like, he really is taking this, like, using this power to
superstar,
like, get women. And I mean,
Tiffany, it was granted. The RO was granted. It was a granted RO.
Ugh.
Yeah, it was a granted RO. Now, I don't know what happened in between and everything, and I have thoughts why he moved to Tennessee. Just saying. I don't know if he moved here for his son or if he moved just to torture them. I'm just saying.
Well, it sounds like Chris maybe was the reason why he got to see his kid again.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine Chris is the one who made it, because I've heard Chris say stuff about a man should be able to see his son and whatever. Yep. So I imagine he's the one who talked Katie into allowing Seth to see his son again.
And sometimes you'll do things as a parent, because Chris was a parent to Sebastian and your wife and an ex. And sometimes you will do things for peace. Now, hindsight's 20/20, but you always think, but I don't. And Chris has even said it wasn't like this before Sebastian went missing. So I don't know if we were having kind of like good behavior or, the things. Now, I know that he has said that, and it was the same way with my parents. Like, my stepmother and my mother spoke. My mother and my father could not speak. Can't speak to this day.
Well, it seems to me that it was going good, because, I mean, they were willing to let him go live with Seth. So obviously the co-parent was
he was trying to raise Seth. To me, I just have a view of like, okay, you're real fucked up. You've been fucked up, but I'm going to try to help you for Sebastian so he can have a strong dad. I'm going to help you get a job. I'm going to encourage you to stay at that job.
I wanted to ask you, Rowena or Queen, the job that he had, last job he had is corrections. Was that the job that Chris helped him get or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted to quit during training, and he said, no, don't quit. Make Sebastian proud. You'll have a badge. He'll be so proud of you. You know, during training, not burnout, not like he'd done this for 10 years and it's a high stress job and he was burned out. No, training. During training.
It's hard
Think
to
about
believe
that.
he passed the psychological.
No, not for a correction officer, please. I dated one, weirdo. Not all of them, but he was. Anyway, and Chris came out and said the other day that his lifelong dream was to be law enforcement. This is that that's why it's his team, his people, his and he had to be kicked out of the command center. When he went missing. He can't follow rules. He can't take any pushback. He's very controlling.
Oh my God, can you imagine him as an actual cop? Oh my God.
No, God,
no, absolutely not. No, because you could see when he gets any type of power or self-entitlement, he runs away with it. And he just gets out of control,
Kathy, okay. I'll write it in back chat to her. It's on where's it at? Kathy, where's it at? I got the title, but where is that?
What is she wanting?
There was something about a video. Wanted to know if you saw the video of him flirting at the vigil on April 26th with all the women that were there during the motorcycle, whatever that was.
Tell her to pop up here and put it in the back chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can pop up and drop it in the back chat. That's fine. I mean, we can play it if you want us to.
Yeah. I mean, it don't surprise me, but anyway, I gotta hop down. But
All
it was
right,
good
love.
talking to y'all. It was good talking to y'all.
Thank you for coming up
Bye.
here, baby.
Bye, honey.
Sorry, Queen, I didn't realize you were there,
Bye.
so that's why I had said that. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to control your channel.
Oh, it's okay, girl. Stop that. Come on now. Come on now. I mean, we already know what happened. So, do you guys care? Do you want me to read the rest of Seth's stuff or just go on and move on?
I've already heard it, but it's up to everybody else. If they want to hear it, then that's fine.
Yeah, it's up to the chat, really. I mean, it's
all a bunch of BS that he's poor me,
I didn't
but
do it.
yeah.
I didn't do this. She's lying. That kind of stupid shit. Basically,
it is a good read if somebody hasn't heard it, but
yeah. Here, what actually happened? So here's what we'll just read it so he can't say Okay, in her request, Katie claims that I was being highly aggressive in my mannerisms and verbally, watching her in her sleep, and I yelled at her because she is not willing to beat her son. This is not true, and even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day was that I was having a difficult time with our son. He refused to do anything I asked him. I asked him to clean his room, and he replied no. And I said, okay, and then he didn't have to listen to me or do anything I asked him to do. He told me I should apologize for asking him to clean his room. Right there, I think obviously there's something either going on because he went and told his teachers that you were going to beat his ass as well. And you said that was over his bedroom and then they said, did you beat his ass? Nope, because he cleaned his room. So what if he wouldn't have cleaned his room? Would you have beat his ass?
Exactly.
Tell me what little boy doesn't want to clean their room. Does want to clean their room.
You tell me one little boy that does. You know what I'm saying? A 15-year-old that wants to clean their fucking room. No.
Right.
No, he was 7 at the time.
Right. Let me clean my room because, Dad said, I'm going to clean it.
And if he did say, I don't have to listen to anything you say, you know what I'm saying? It could have been like,
a simple go to your room until you want to listen to me until you clean it. Didn't have to be a beating.
Right. So if he was, saying things like that, there's other ways to handle it. But okay, so he says here, let's see. I attempted to appropriately discipline him by sternly yelling at him. By sternly telling him that under no circumstances should he ever speak to an adult, let alone his mother or father, the way he spoke to me. After this, Sebastian ran downstairs to Katie, jumped in her lap, and started saying he hated me and that he wished I would leave and never come back. After Sebastian seemed to calm down a bit, Katie got up from the chair she was in and walked outside, and Sebastian approached me and told me that he loved me and wanted to live with me after all. After this incident, I was very upset, but I was never violent in any way. Our neighbor was in the house, and she said something about being uncomfortable. I told our neighbor that I was going to just get some coffee and go outside alone. When I did, our neighbor followed me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her how I was feeling and asked her to just let me calm down and compose myself. At no point did I act violently toward her or anyone else in the house. I never yelled at Katie because she wouldn't beat our son. There was never any, and let's go, hold on. Let me put this up because I don't want to flash some pictures across here by accident, or I don't, you know what I mean? Or at all. So
While you're calling that up, I was going to say, in that part where it says he crawled up on, or he told me he didn't want me to leave or whatever. I love you, Daddy, or whatever he said. I imagine after Chris or Katie went outside, he was probably manipulating Sebastian, saying, "Oh, now I'm not going to be able to be your daddy anymore. Or I'm not going to be able to be here, or whatever. They're going to kick me out, and I'm going to have to live in a car," or some stupid shit like that. I bet he was telling him, and that's probably when Sebastian goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I really do want you to live with me." I can totally imagine that. That's what happened.
If you listen to people long enough, they start telling themselves. So I think a lot of the things that Seth is saying about Katie and manipulating and Chris and is a lot of the things that he's done, and and it's provable. That's the difference. You know what I mean? That's the big difference. Everything that you have said about them, this information right here is showing us that you do that. What's that saying? If you give them enough rope, you know what I mean? I don't want to say it, but it's a true saying.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. So here this says violence, nor was there any of that violence. So it says, okay, here, number 10. In her request for DVR, Katie claims on August 22nd, I was being belligerent and yelling at her and our son. That is not true. And even if it was, it would not be, let's see here, basis for DVR. What actually happened on this day was Katie and I were arguing about how we were going to proceed with our divorce. Our divorce had been filed. We were still residing in the same house, which created a very tense situation. Although we argued, I never once acted violently. And I never once did I encourage her to beat our son, as she alleges in her pleadings. During our argument, I left the residence, slammed the door, but in her claim, I broke the door, and that's false. The door was already broken before I slammed it. Again, there was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. In her request for a DVR, Katie claims on August 11, 2016, that I was angry at our son and that our son told her that I hit him. The truth is I never put a hand on our son. Okay, I'm not believing that.
I can totally see his violent tendencies.
But the proof shows
just by
otherwise.
looking at him.
Clearly, it was granted. So you know.
Yeah, there's pictures and recordings, so she had it recorded.
Right.
Yeah.
So the neighbor who had the recordings wrong, but obviously, whoever granted this listened to the recording, and the judge agreed with the neighbor. That, I mean, you could deny it all you want, but this is what I mean about him. He sits there, everything about, like, the more he says, the more he paints himself out to be perfect. Like, he takes no accountability for anything. Like, everything he's done is perfect. He's the perfect father. He's the perfect husband. He's perfect in everything he does. Like, he's never once said, maybe I could have insulted somebody, or, you know what I'm saying? Just anything. The one thing that bothered me, really bothered me, is when Blonde Betty asked him if he believed that Katie did something. And his answer to me was just, it was so disheartening. Because I think even if you felt like that, you should never, I don't know. Sorry.
It's okay. So anyhow, it says, let's see here. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are incidents of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration. He has been known to throw himself to the ground during these incidents. This is a very common thing for him, and others have witnessed him doing this. I have filed here with declarations from some of these witnesses. On August 11th, Sebastian suffered from an episode in which he hurt himself out of frustration. I told him that day that if he cleaned his room, he could go swimming. I asked him if his room was clean. Oh, this pissed me off too, you guys, just so you know. And he replied that it wasn't. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was done. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. I reached out to catch him before he hit his head on the door frame. At no time did I ever hit him or display any violent actions to him at all, which is look, Sebastian says different. So he told his mom different, then pictures say different, those recordings say different. I don't believe your word, Seth. I don't believe you. I believe what Sebastian says. I believe what his mom says.
Sorry, I got a garbage man here.
I don't know what this man considers cleaning, but I know, my kids are older now, but at 7 years old, I really didn't expect to put my white gloves on and start dusting and thinking my son, you know what I mean? At 7, they may have cleaned their version of cleaning. I'd still have to go in and clean the room. You know what I mean? At 7 years old.
Not big man Seth. He shouldn't have to do nothing. Everybody should do everything for him. I can just imagine. I just imagine he's that way. I can just feel it.
Well, someone
you
in
can
the
tell
chat
a lot of people
about his kitchen. So, what's his idea of cleaning? Because that kitchen didn't look too clean. He just reminds me of a man who takes his authority way too vigorously and way too far. Just way too far. His expectations are just ridiculous.
All right, here we go. This is the next one here. Let's see. Kodo said Walker doesn't matter is granted, and Seth was ordered to leave them alone, leave the home. Yep. In her request for a DVR, Katie claims that I yell and scream at her with balled fist and makes vague allegations that I do drugs. These are both untrue. As set forth above, we do argue because we're going through a divorce and live in the same house. Of course, things are stressful. However, I never ball my fist at her, and I never act violently towards her. The only drugs I ever consume are my medications as prescribed by my doctor.
Could be pain pills.
Right. So what does that mean? That's everybody says.
Oh, they are
this.
pain
Oh,
pills
well.
because he says I am currently suffering from 9 herniated discs in my back, a torn meniscus in my left knee, 3 tears in my right shoulder. I attend physical. He's broken all the way down.
Just because a doctor prescribes you something doesn't mean that you don't abuse it.
Right.
Like eating 6 pills at once or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean?
Yep. Okay, so I attend physical therapy as a result of these injuries. It saddens me that Katie uses my injuries and resulting prescriptions for medications as ammunition for a vague accusation that I do drugs. Okay.
But the truth is, you do drugs, whether they're prescribed or not. They are drugs. And mind-altering drugs at that.
Right.
So she wasn't accusing, she was stating facts.
Yep. Furthermore, I find it ridiculous that Katie alleges she is in fear of me, even if I was acting violently, which I was not. I would not be able to physically harm her due to my injuries. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay.
Then why was the neighbor so uncomfortable if he wasn't acting violently?
Right.
This is what I'm saying. Don't you think it would have been beneficial to say, I believe I got out of hand. I shouldn't have done what I've done. And I'm working on, going to classes, parenting class, whatever. Like, don't you think that would have suited this well, like better than you sitting here denying it, which is what everybody's, that doesn't want to be taken away from their child or divorced or their wife leave them is going to say, you're going to deny.
Seth is using his son going missing as a way to get back at Katie with all these allegations.
Oh, I agree. I could not. He sounds like a bitter man. Like he is so jealous. It reaps out of those sweaty ass, dirty ass paws. He sounds like a 17-year-old kid who just got his heart broken. Get over it, buddy. You can't. I think the manipulation was what you did to her when she was 14. That's what I think who the manipulator is.
Yeah, so he says basically she has no fear of me. Because of his physical injuries or his injuries, he says he cannot get physical with Katie. But you can pick up your son with both your hands by his head and slam him down. Okay. We're supposed to believe that you wouldn't get physical with Katie because you have these herniated discs and a bad shoulder. I am not buying that.
Let me tell you, I have rheumatoid arthritis. I got other kinds of arthritis. I got back problems. I got knee problems. I worked hard my whole life. I beat the shit out of my body. But let me tell you, if somebody pissed me off enough, I could kick their ass.
Especially with the adrenaline. When you have your adrenaline going, yeah. Mm-hmm. You're stronger than you even realize.
Well, let's be honest. You're back. I mean, I don't care how bad your injuries are. She's a woman. Like, even if you slapped her, it would injure. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
Right.
he's a 7-year-old. How much power do you need to with your reinforcements? An adult man slapping a child or slamming to the ground. I think that might hurt a little bit. You know what I mean? cause some bruises.
Plus size, you know, I'm a bigger woman, you know, you don't have to have a lot of strength when you've got weight behind you too. I mean, so that's another thing too. He doesn't have to have the strength and everything.
Right.
He had his
alone.
weight and his body size that he could be using to abuse her. Yeah, he totally could have been abusing her.
Exactly. I mean, when I was, my son was 6 feet tall at 16, you know what I mean? For me to, it would be a joke for me to even try to hurt him in any way. He could manhandle me if he wanted to, you know what I mean? He really is a big ass man, baby. I'm sorry. In every way, shape, and form. And I hate to say it like that because I'm not one to ever want to pick on somebody who's hurting and in pain like that. But he just gets me so angry with the shit that he says on here. And it gets worse every day. He's like a little washwoman.
Well, it doesn't help that his PR, Tony, comes on TikTok and talks shit and runs his fucking mouth every night.
I don't know. Those TikTok people, to me, they are. And you know, like you said, maybe it was you, Queen. I heard it on here. Like, they don't have to worry about it because their lives are not saved. That whatever they say that night, they could say, and then it's gone. But they're starting to learn, TikTok titty, that your words could be recorded and reviewed and, you know, get attention to the shit that you spew.
Yeah, they said last night, well, I wish there was a way for us to have these private conversations. No, y'all fucked that up. Nope.
Well, in the TikTok world, if you block someone, you can't even see them anymore. You know what I mean? I just learned that yesterday from that, you know, that girl, Lisa Richards?
Yeah.
Well, Randy was saying that, like, sometimes she tries to say stuff in chat, but she doesn't want to go too far with what she says because if she got blocked, she can no longer even see her lives anymore. I didn't know that. Like, on YouTube, if somebody blocks you, you could still go to their channel and see their stuff. Not on TikTok, you can't. I guess you could maybe, I don't even know if you could see, like, videos that they recorded and put up or just the lives. I'm not sure of, but I know that if they're live, you cannot even see it.
Wow. Yeah, see, I don't fuck with TikTok like that, but so I don't know much about how it works over there, you know. I just know that when we record it over here, we have to sit and be quiet because it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way to pause it and stop. Like, once you hear them, once they're, you know, like once they're live, you can't pause it. Like over here, you know, you have a pause button, you can pause it, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you could rewind. You can't do that on TikTok.
Yeah, you can't do that over there.
Yeah, so you have to listen to
like
the
you said, people think, and people think they can sit and run their fucking mouth and that it doesn't matter because the live's deleted. No, times have changed, baby. Times have changed. Sorry for you.
What did Seth expect when he sits there and badmouths everything about his marriage that he deemed wrong? Did he not think that people were going to dig up all his information like this stuff and bring it out to the table? Because, I mean, obviously, that's how it works.
How are you? How you feeling?
Good, how are you?
Happy birthday
Sorry,
to
Minnie's
you.
spoken. I apologize. That was my niece. Today's my daughter's birthday, so she was just saying happy birthday to me. I don't know why, but
well, happy birthday to your little one.
Little, she's 24, 24 today, Queen.
Oh, grown one. Okay. Happy birthday to your grown one.
Yeah, I'm a grandma, actually. So, little no more. Queen, I wanted to ask you too, is it really true that he's now requesting to be paid for his interviews?
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I heard that too, but I haven't seen any truth to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep, that's what I heard. But I mean, I guess we don't really know. I mean, But look, your old soul says, Queen, with all the body parts he's hurt, he must have a desk job at the jail, taking the names of inmates or something, because there ain't no fucking way he's out there being a guard with his back broke like that, broke back ass Seth.
Right? Can you imagine?
Right. I
That's
was
what I'm
wondering
saying.
how
Was
he
he a
got through the
correction officer?
academy.
Right, those inmates would have him on his ass in 2 seconds.
Let me tell you a story. My cousin was a correction officer in Rikers, right? And after 9/11, he lost his fiance. They were supposed to get married that week, that Friday, right? So he was a correction officer. He had some time off afterwards, because obviously, But when he back to work and the prisoners found out that he lost his fiance, they tortured him. He actually had to leave and get a different city job. But that's what I'm saying. They're relentless. So how does he deal with? It has to be like I don't know. Like I envision like a little tiny prison with very small crimes, because he could not. He's a little. He's a weasel. He can't handle anything that anything says about him.
It's just jail. It's not prison. And
Right.
how did he get through the academy with all them issues?
Right.
Him
They get up
and
all
his
in your
friends
face.
said that him and his friends said they were in the academy together. So he must have went through some kind of physical training. So how did
Yeah,
he get
and I
through the
think that's
physical?
what he couldn't handle, Cheesy, is the physical aspect. I mean, I don't know what he looked like when he went into training, but if he looked like he does now, I could imagine that the physical training would be grueling on somebody that looks like him now. I don't know what his physical shape was back then, but it's not going to be easy especially, think about it, Wheezy and Queen. He had these injuries prior to this job, because obviously, with all those injuries, he couldn't hurt a child. How the hell did he even get through the academy with all those injuries? Which, mind you, that all these slip things that he says he has, when you're in the academy, you go through their doctors, because they don't want to hire somebody that has 8 slip discs in their back. What does that benefit them? They don't hire you to be disabled on light duty to be behind a desk. They hire you to take care of the ward.
That's what I'm saying. If he had all those problems, truthfully had those problems, and they were truthfully bothering him the way he says, he would have never been able to do that kind of physical stuff.
He would never be able to get the job in general, because, like I said,
no,
I don't know how it works there, but they make you go see their physical doctor, because they don't want to have a liability on their hands. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he had all those problems. I think those were probably all self-induced or
self-diagnosed slip disc in
diagnosed.
the
Thank
back.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Google Doc. He must have, Google Doc'd it. My back hurts. Not a pulled muscle or, strained
No.
back or anything. It's,
Gotta be
my
5
vertebrae
slip
sitting
disc.
on the floor.
Herniated disc.
My ass, my shoulder.
Yeah.
I don't know how he carries groceries in with that shoulder.
Right. But of course, sometimes you put your pain aside to do what you got to do. I mean, I do what I got to do if I got to do something. I just grin and bear it and just do it. But he don't seem like the type of guy to be that way.
I guess those medications weren't helping him with his pain. Those pain medications weren't doing its job.
I don't know. The guy seems like a piece of crap.
He's a he's a washerman. He's like a weasel. I just I don't even want to say that about him. I hate it that I think like this. Just like Rowena said, I never felt this way about somebody that, you know, was in such turmoil, like the missing child. Like, I never want to, but he makes it hard not to. Like,
yeah, I struggle with that all the time, but my mind just keeps going back. I can't help it. I can't help what my mind does.
I keep trying to say, like, listen, he's just acting out out of anger, but I mean, come on, he's an adult. You got to understand that telling all this private information does absolutely nothing. It only he's just trying to paint her out, look like a bad parent, like, and you know, it's rotten.
Yep, he saw everybody going against her and Chris, so he figured, oh, this is my opportunity.
I just wish that one of these people that were interviewing him or his buddy Tony would sit there and say, what you're doing now, how can you explain to me what is this going to benefit Sebastian?
Right.
Like, what you're speaking, does this benefit your child in any way?
Right.
If so, please explain it to me. That's the only thing I want somebody to ask him when he talks so badly about anybody. You know?
Well, that's like, it's okay for him to sit here and joke around with YouTubers and laugh and whatever. Oh, well, he's a grieving father. He needs to be able to laugh. What about Chris and Katie? Is most of our conversations with them were about Sebastian, and every once in a while we'd have a little sidebar and bullshit about other stuff and laugh and whatever. What's wrong with that? You know, but they were like, oh, they're up there laughing, having a good time, not talking about Sebastian, you know? And it's like almost the whole entire conversation, other than a couple of times, was about Sebastian.
Right, like the night
but there were a couple times where I was trying to like change the subject a little bit just to kind of, because every once in a while I like to say something funny, you know, because we get some of this dark stuff about these kids, you know, we start feeling really bad and depressed about this kind of stuff. So every once in a while it's nice to throw, like this morning when I threw a little dig in there at voices, you know, about Andrew, you know,
yeah,
just to get a little giggle out of somebody once in a while, because this is depressing stuff we talk about. This is sad stuff. And if we don't giggle a little bit once in a while, you could go down a very dark place. Following this stuff,
look what
you know?
they ripped everybody apart that was on the panel that night for the questions they asked and what they needed to know. Yet every single question that was asked in our chat was BHB asked the same exact questions to Seth. The same, almost the same exact ones. Every one that we asked was asked of him. So obviously they weren't too fucking stupid now, weren't they?
Right. Yeah.
And people saying, like, why do we need to know what his favorite food is? I don't know, because maybe, like, the person who he's with would take him to a pizza parlor or a Starbucks one day. Like, you never know what goes on in the mind of others.
Regardless of that stuff, I mean, I understand, you know, if somebody's got Sebastian, I don't imagine they're bringing him to Starbucks, okay? But
because these people
buying him cake pops.
They want to hear the salacious shit.
But if he ran away,
what's that feeding them?
But if he ran away and he's out there, he may be going to Starbucks. But also, it gives us, okay, so it may not help us actually find him, but it gives us a little look into his into his personality and stuff like that, where it helps us connect to him, to Sebastian,
if
because
somebody ran into him, you could really, like, say, well, your favorite color is blue.
It does, because if he's in a homeless shelter in another state, or he's in a, you know, like on the side of the road or anywhere, you know what I mean? Whatever, living with some other homeless person or whatever, you never really know.
Right. And if we, and it helps us connect to Sebastian, because we didn't know this boy, and it helps us connect to him. So it makes people want to help out more to
at the end of the day, there was
him.
no harm in any of the questions. Nothing was harmful.
No.
Nothing. But
and it allowed her to talk about her son the way she wanted to, you know, and reminisce and think about the fun things that they did, and think about the little quirks that he had and stuff like that. There was nothing wrong with that conversation at all.
And I forget who said it. Somebody said she didn't cry. I don't know what you listened to, but she got choked up quite a few times.
Right.
And he spoke, like, not a lot, but the few times that she did speak, you could tell she was choked up and crying. Like, first of all, she wasn't on camera, so how would you know whether she was crying or not? I haven't seen a goddamn tear from Seth. If that's what you want to go.
No, but I heard him.
Yes.
I heard him blowing that big old schnoz of his enough.
I hear grunts and everything else. I don't see tears.
Yeah. Well, I'm not
There's no
saying
wonder
he's
why
not.
the police don't want to deal with him. I wouldn't want to deal with him either at all.
I'm not saying he's not a grieving father. I'll give him that credit, but that's the only credit I'm giving him. I'm sure he is upset about his son being missing, if he didn't have anything to do with it. But that's about all I'm giving him. The guy's a dink. I can see it. And he should be thanking Chris Proudfoot for one, taking care of his son financially and everything, and picking up his pieces all the time. Because I imagine Chris and Katie, they weren't raising 2 kids, they were raising 3 kids. One of them was that adult baby. I read that right from the start in them. And every time I see Seth and Chris and all them, it reinforces what I think. That I think I'm right.
I just
Anyway.
don't wanna like think this way of him, but it's just really hard. Like, I can imagine a lot of other people just like struggle with it. Like, I want to see a happy ending, and I know that he's a grieving father, but I just wish that there would be one person put in his life that would actually tell him what he's doing on here is causing so much more turmoil and harm than good. You're doing yourself, your family, and most of all, your child no help. There is no benefit in what you're doing right now.
And these tragedy pimps are freaking liars if they sit here and say that they wouldn't be persecuting Chris and Katie if it was them saying the stuff that we've heard Seth say.
Right. Not like, just picture Seth if he came on here and repeated. I won't repeat it because it disgusts me. What he said about Sebastian to Queen.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, Queen beats him, would have ripped him up. You would have ripped him up. Rowena would have like came up here like a bat out of hell. Queen, and then the whole entire chat would have said something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you make statements like that about your child. Why didn't the person say, this is something I don't want you to talk about on here? Because nobody needs to know that business. No, instead, just let him say it and agree with them. And you could tell, like, these people are going against what their beliefs are, just to agree with him, just to kiss his ass so he comes back. And obviously, you have no other reason to do that other than keeping your numbers up and get into the algorithm. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And you can't even. I would love to go in Willa and Betty's chat and be like, I understand you feel this way about Katie, but can you answer to me about these documents? Like, what do you have to say about that? But automatically, I'd be call a troll to get the fuck out of here. Like, she can't hold an intelligent conversation because if you don't believe what she believes, you're out of here. And that goes with all of them. You can't go against the grain. The minute you disagree, you're trolling or.
Yeah.
anyways, we've already seen pretty much all of this. This is, you know what I'm saying? This is, I find it disheartening that Katie alleges Sebastian has anything to fear from me. I have always been Sebastian's primary caregiver. As Katie is in the Navy and is stationed on board a ship, she works and is often deployed while I am a stay-at-home dad. I care for Sebastian's day-to-day needs. This is a continuous task, given his special needs due to his condition. I love it and embrace it, even though it can be troubling at times. Sebastian and I have built a special bond due to the fact that I'm always home with him and taking care of him. He has no reason to fear me.
Whatever.
So that is Seth's statement. The order was founded, though. They did. I'm pretty sure they did put the order in.
Does it say how long that restraining order was for, Queen?
Okay, I'm gonna go look. Here's where they took his weapons. So here's that. Let me see here. This. The weapons listed below are relinquished pursuant to penal code and will be retained by the sheriff's department until the protective order is no longer in effect.
I was going to say, when that stuff happens, do you have to pay something, like when you get them back?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, maybe that's why he never got them back, because we know he doesn't like to pay for anything.
Yeah, you, not that I'm aware, they just give them back to you when they're, you know. I mean, I'm sure he might have had to pay a fine or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what their stipulations were to this order, to be honest. But I know even when you have a 2-week, even when you have a temporary order, you know what I mean? You still have to relinquish your firearms, your weapons.
Now, if that happens, I don't know how it works, but would you still have to have paid child support?
Oh, yeah, he'd have to pay child support. The only way he wouldn't have to pay child support is if he gave up his parental rights completely.
Right. Yeah.
Or if you were the stay-at-home parent while your bride was out fighting for this country, you know? But you don't even knock that, because if she was deployed, I mean, even if he had a job, it'd be hard to raise a child depending on the hours. You know what I mean? So that doesn't bother me.
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what all this is, but I believe he's got a order of protection by someone at work. So, someone he worked with allegedly filed an order of protection against him.
Where he works now?
I'm not sure if this is from before. Let's see here. See, I don't want to dox the person, but it says, let's see, Ranchero Santa Fe Protective Services Incorporated.
Ranchero, that sounds like California.
Yeah, so that's the petitioner has his name, you know, so somebody representing.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's maybe the lawyer's name, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, the neighbor. It's the neighbor. So hold on.
Oh.
This one's the neighbor here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is the neighbor he tried. Okay, so this is the affidavit with the neighbor he tried to kill, with the one he tried to come in and get the gun and go after.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he does. Okay, so there allegedly someone from work filed an RO against him, but I'll have to pull that in a minute. But anyways, this one is the neighbor. That's what it is. And I don't want to show it right now because it's got unredacted info. You know what I mean? So I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Screen up because there's a little bit of information in here that I don't know.
If people don't believe you, they can go look it up themselves.
Yeah, for sure.
Public information.
That's right. That's right, babes. You got that right. Let's see. Well,
so there was so the neighbor filed something against them, and somebody at work filed something against them. But yeah, Katie was unfounded to file something against him. Yeah, right. He's innocent in it all. I'm sorry, what's the common denominator here?
Wait. So you mean to tell me you had trouble with Katie, you had trouble with the neighbor, had trouble with Chris, you've had trouble with these YouTubers, you've had trouble with T-Rev, you've had trouble with Chloe, Heather, you know, everybody else that you just continue to keep having issues with. And
but
now
it's everybody else's fault.
Right, that's what I said. It's everybody else.
Team. The common denominator is Seth.
He's taking no accountability for anything that he's done on here, or anything at all in his life. I don't think he's ever done it.
He's always a victim.
I just wanted to ask, though, once these restraining, like I know in New York, when this happens, you have to go to parenting class. Sorry, my dog got out. Hold on.
Well, I remember him saying something about in the interview about when they found out Sebastian had his problem with his head or whatever. He said Katie was told she had to go to parenting class, but he never said we were told. I'm pretty sure he said she was told. Katie was told she had to go to parenting class. And then that kind of stuck into my head. Like, why did he say Katie had to go to parenting class, but not here? I don't understand that.
I don't know. I am going to take this off here and we'll go back to our Sweetie PiLo stuff and get that taken care of because we never did get a chance to go over the rest of that.
I would imagine to have lift this restraining order, he would have had to have done something like completed anger management, parent classes. Like, does it just go away and magic? Okay, or did she just let it go and slowly but surely allow him to come back?
I think it depends on the order. If it's just a temporary order, if the judge didn't say you have to go through anger management or whatever, then it would just, I would imagine it would just fall off. And if she doesn't have it, because temporary restraining order, it would just fall off after that many days, and she would have to file again or something, I would assume, to have it renewed.
I think
So-
somebody might be watching and responding to our videos.
No. Hi.
When they say temporary, does that like the judge decides what, like, how many days, months?
Yeah, a temporary RO
Yeah.
is usually for whatever they say, 6 months, a year. You know what I mean?
90
A permanent
days.
is like 2 to
Right,
5
right.
years. Yeah.
I gotcha.
All right. So Evil Exists. We just played their video earlier. And so here's their other one. They just put this one out. Now, I feel like this is a response to us.
Sebastian Rogers is still missing, and while it's still very important to keep his face and story out there, I sometimes think that it's being done in the wrong ways. The drama and the speculation is just on another level in this case, and we must not lose sight of what is important: finding Sebastian Rogers. Many have pointed the finger at his mother and stepfather, better known as the Proudfoots, because their statements have had inconsistencies and red flags. Sebastian's biological father has come under fire too, because he seemed to be after the money. People claimed that Seth wanted money for appearances, and started a channel for monetary gain. There were also claims that the GoFundMe was fishy, since his sister
Ned.
started it up soon after Sebastian vanished, claiming that Seth couldn't work, as he was searching for his son. Am I wrong, or has no parent offered up a reward for the safe return or for any information leading to Sebastian? Did I miss that? Why did the Proudfoots not offer a reward for Sebastian? Or
why didn't Seth?
Right. Why didn't Seth? And also, they donated to the billboards that are up, that are currently still going right now. Why didn't Seth? They did.
Yep.
You could
or
actually
Seth
see
to
he actually
GoFundMe
has
money?
more blonde hair,
Seth
you know.
says that he still has a portion of the money. Well, today I was sent this very interesting site called Bonfire. It's a place where people can buy and sell items, kind of like an online store. While browsing through, as you can see, there are multiple items with Sebastian's face on them. Some of them say justice for Sebastian. Bags, caps and t-shirts, all with Sebastian's face on them, probably to raise awareness. But then some started asking who the profits were going to, so I started taking a closer look. Here at the bottom it reads, this merch store is to help spread the word of Sebastian missing, to help bring him home, as well as to help his father to be able to keep searching for Sebastian, as all proceeds will go to Seth Rogers once the store is closed. Thank you for your support, prayers, and spreading Sebastian's information. So, all the profits from this store basically go to Seth Rogers. Not sure who started it though. It's linked in the description for those of you who want to check it out.
He is
Oh,
such
we'll
a
be
little
checking
cutie.
it out. What?
He's such a little cutie pie, Sebastian.
Yes, he is.
But why did the Proudfoots not give a refund? Why didn't Seth? He got that at least $25,000. That's not that's what the GoFundMe said. That's all we could see. But he also had his Cash App. All these people, JLR, Pascal, everybody, T-Rev, all them put his Cash App out there. So who knows how? If he raised that much, that $25,000 in that short a time, how much do you think he got in Cash Apps? Come on, people. And then he's been selling shirts and bags and everything all this time. And are you telling me, and Smelly and everybody else has been promoting that? Are you telling me that he hasn't raised very much money through that? So why isn't he at least putting, okay, let's match what the Proudfoots put on the billboard or something. You know, he didn't do none of that.
And you could see
Nothing.
the compassion, you know, that people have in situations like that. We've been on YouTube long enough to know that people want to give money and help. So you're absolutely, I would love to see what his Cash Apps are pulling in.
Which God bless them people who are trying to help him. That's great, you know. If he was actually out there searching, I felt bad for him in the beginning, and I was like, great, I'm glad he's got this GoFundMe. You know, he's out there. When I believe that he was out there searching every day and stuff. Wonderful. I thought he.
Believe
Yep,
these
he
clothes.
should
I
have
can't
that
believe
GoFundMe.
this website, and it goes straight to him. Of course it does. He's money hungry like this. I mean, it seems like he's a fucking greedy. Look at this. Here, Roro, you got feedback a little bit, baby doll. It's not too bad. It's just like the wind in the
I'm
phone.
sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's okay, love. I'm just gonna mute you for just a second. He's got Sebastian Rogers sweatshirts, t-shirts right here. Justice for Sebastian. Bags, more bags and a hat. The hat's $21. The bags are $23. Shirts are $28, and these are going to probably sell out, of course. Which I mean, they should. But you got sweatshirts at $35 and $40. You get 5 sweatshirts. That's $200. 200. What? Yes, that's $200.
When was this little store made?
I don't know. We're about to be deep diving into it, though. I'll tell you that because all the proceeds go to Seth. That's for sure. That's what they just said. Right
Now,
here, the merch store is to help spread the word of Sebastian missing, to help bring him home, as well as to help the father be able to keep searching for Sebastian, as all proceeds will go to Seth Rogers once the store is closed. Thank you for your support, prayers, and spreading Sebastian's information.
now let me tell you what Katie's got going on. Katie has a thing. There's a site, I think Nonsense has it, to where it's $22 is the cost. She doesn't sell the shirts. No money goes to her. Don't send her money. None of the things. It's through a company locally through them, to where they're donating shirts for the cost of the shirt. So, like up to like an extra or large, I think is 22, and then every X is like $1 more. So it's like 23. Like a 2X would be 24, I guess, or whatever. But Katie and Chris aren't touching any money, and it's to get it. Yeah. But the proceeds help with his bills. I paid $7 for a carton of eggs the other day. Everybody's hurting. I ain't seeing no searching, boo boo. Sorry, not sorry. I want to know when this was set up and who set
I
it
didn't
up.
see no searching the day they all had that get together and was searching. Searching for what? It looked like a YouTube meet and greet to me.
Well, it seems like the real searchers aren't, live streaming it and, going to Supercuts at 2 in the morning. But
the searchers that are searching are
the
searching.
ones that are really searching, that are really doing something, you ain't gonna see them in these pictures and all over the fucking
Exactly.
YouTube. And, you know what I'm saying? They're out doing what they're supposed to be doing.
They don't need accolades to search. They do it because they want to. They don't need to be,
They're doing it for Sebastian. They're not doing it for Seth. They're not doing it for Chris. They're not doing it for Katie. They're doing it for Sebastian.
Can you imagine he calls JLR, you want to film me searching? It's like on TMZ.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm not saying Seth has to search, because he's a parent. He's not supposed to search. Law enforcement don't want them searching. But don't sit here and say, oh, I can't go to work because I'm searching for my kid, and then not search. That, sir, is a grift. That is called scamming.
Well, my question is, how could he possibly go to work with all these injuries already? Shouldn't he be on disability if he has these injuries?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's been trying to get on disability for a while now. I think he's been trying to get on disability for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that might be why stuff isn't in his name, because, you have to show for 4 months. You haven't worked for 4 months, and you have no income coming in.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been closer to a year.
In Tennessee, it's 4 months. In Tennessee, it's 4 months. You can't have worked 4 months and have no other income coming in. Nothing.
Well, trying shouldn't be hard if you go to the disability doctors that are assigned to you.
Now, it's going to take years to get it.
Wrong with you, you should get disability. So,
well, it's going to take years to get it, and you usually have to go to court and get an attorney to get it, and that's about $5,000 right there.
Well, is it short-term disability or long-term?
But to apply for it in Tennessee, it was years ago, 5-6 years ago. In Tennessee, it was 4 months was the minimum.
Oh, I thought you meant disability through his job.
No,
Well, it
Social
would.
Security disability.
Yeah, Social Security disability.
Oh,
And now it doesn't matter what state the Social Security is government, and it's like almost a year that you have to be without working.
Oh, really? See, it must
Mhm.
have changed like in the last 5 years. Like,
And wouldn't it have to be the reason why you're not working? Like, I'm sure the reason why he's not working is because he's searching. That's not a disability.
I think it's like 6 or 9 months or something like that.
yeah, there's a lot of paperwork, and then it gets denied. And usually they say after you're denied the second or third time, get an attorney, and then But usually it takes in Tennessee. It's very hard to get.
I would just think through his job they would give him short-term disability.
Well,
in that mentally he couldn't be there and work with prisoners. His psyche is not there. You know what I'm saying?
Who's to say they're not? We don't know that.
No, I'm just saying
I mean, he could be getting it. I mean, he was getting PTO and had a GoFundMe going at the same time. He wasn't losing no money. Come on now.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Wow. Thanks, Evil Exists. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to know who set this up and when the money's. I want to know all the things about this. All of it.
Well, I knew he was selling shirts for profit. I knew
Well, I
that.
knew he was selling shirts, and that's why I wanted to, because people are going to be like, well, Katie's selling shirts too. No, Katie's not selling shirts. She designed a shirt. She designed a shirt for her missing son, and a company is doing it at their cost. They make not one dime. They touch no money. They touch no shirts. They touch no addresses. They touch none of it. But a
Because
local company.
Asshole Smelly was saying, "Don't you buy her shirt? Buy Seth's shirt. Blah blah blah. It helps him. Blah 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 blah. Don't give any money to Katie." And it's like, you dumb bitch. The money ain't going to Katie.
Right. It's not. There's no money. The company that's making them isn't making money. It's at their cost. I mean.
Right.
And I'm not talking about, well, you could get a T-shirt for $10. Why are they charging $22? Because they have to pay insurance on the building. They have to pay, their employees that make the shirts. All that's factored into the cost.
It costs
So
money.
I don't want to hear that. Right. I don't want to hear that either. Bullshit on that.
It costs money to do that.
Right. There's rent on the building. There's insurance on the building. There's wages that need to be paid for the workers that are making those shirts. So
especially if it's a 4-color process shirt. You know what I mean?
And if they're a small business, maybe they can't afford to do it all for free.
Right. Right. But Katie gets no money from the sale of the shirts because I can hear this coming already down the track.
Mm-hmm.
I can already hear it. And I didn't know Smelly had even spoke on it. So
a long time ago.
She needs to shut up.
She bought her shirt from Seth, and she's like,
of course she
"Don't
did.
you go buying that shirt from Katie. You buy it from Seth." Blah, 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 blah.
She also bought all of her summer shirts from Doug. No thanks. So
right?
Yeah. She wanted to lick that banana, honey. Just saying. Just saying.
It's so crazy how the same characters insert themselves into these tragedies. It's disgusting. Makes me fucking sick.
Well,
she advocates for Summer, don't you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same old characters. Old characters.
But it is the same old ones, but we have a lot of new ones. And if you go back 3 years ago,
money that it's making. Come on now, these people are banking.
If you go back 3 years ago, you didn't hear as many channels calling out the bullshit that are doing it now. I mean, we got traders calling out bullshit. We got nonsense calling out bullshit. We got Granny calling out bullshit. We got Queen. We got Savage. We
Kathy.
got Tragic Pimps Exposed is calling out Ziggy's ass. I mean,
Kathy P.
Kathy P's killing it, girl. Kathy P is killing it, huh? Look, Cheesy, I'm gonna DM you something she said the other day, and I was like, what? It doesn't have anything to do with this case, but it's about the one we don't speak on. I was like, a junkyard? What? Did you hear that? That's all I'm gonna say.
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, the junkyard? Yeah.
You'll have to send it to me.
Yeah. I'll write it in back chat. Girl,
You know how
I want to hear your reaction.
You know how they have Social Blade for YouTube? Like, you get an estimate, not that it's always accurate, about how much people make. I wonder, because I have no clue how TikTok works. If there's a Social Blade, like Social Blade, does that work for TikTok too? I would like to put in Tony and see how much he's making.
I don't know if Tony's making any money because he's not.
Well,
I don't know.
he may not be doing Cash Apps and Venmos, but you make
See?
money when you go live on TikTok. So yeah, he is making something. Could be peanuts, I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. I'm curious to know.
Well,
if
even if he's
Blade
not
goes on
making a
TikTok.
dime, now he has got 2 families that he's the PR person for. Did you see it, Cheesy? Did you see it, girl? Yes, honey.
Yeah, it's 2
Yes,
families,
sir.
and he don't pay a dime. Nobody gives him a dime. Him and his
Junkyard
wife fund
dog.
all his things.
Junkyard dog busted it out. I about fell out. I about peed on myself. But anyway, explains a lot, doesn't it, Cheesy? But anyway, uh, I lost my train of thought because I got tickled.
Right.
But he's setting up a business. You know, this is going to be his. You know, to where like the next missing child.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got Caleb Harris. I've got Sebastian Rogers. Here, I'll take you on, and I'm gonna have to charge you because
Rowena,
and
maybe he'll get a show like the dog did. You know.
yeah.
That's what I said. He might be trying to become one of the new next cyber sleuths.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he can get his own show like Dog the Bounty Hunter, Tony,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the missing person advocate.
And exactly what Chronicle said. How do you know 2 days in that your son won't be found for months, and you need
Right.
months of funds?
Right,
Red
because
flag.
think about what your
Right.
mentality is 2 days. Oh, a friend has him, he ran away, we're gonna get him. I'm not thinking the worst. Like I don't want to think the worst, but
I'm not thinking I can't go back to work.
Right, 90% of me is thinking like we're gonna find him. He probably just went to a friend's. He's being a little bratty, blah blah blah. You don't think 3 months from now you're gonna be here. So that GoFundMe is a joke. Like I don't like that. Like I would never. Oh my God, my nephew's missing for 3 days. Let me start my brother a GoFundMe so he doesn't have to work.
Yeah,
fuck out of here.
Well, and I gave him grace about that. I was like, yeah, he should have a GoFundMe if he's out there searching and he can't work. I understand that he should have a GoFundMe. I was actually considering donating to it. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, but I
But
don't see him
anyway,
searching though. That's the problem. I
but
don't see it.
he wasn't searching.
Well, and he did search it for, but see now he's leaving out the fact. He's like, well, I left and I drove around and they told me I couldn't get out of my car, so I screamed for my car. But he forgets that Chris was in that car with him.
Listen, if he was searching, right, wouldn't you say, like, every day you come on here with an update and saying, I cleared this area, we went from this mile marker to that mile marker, there was, 1,000 people and we cleared it. It would be helpful information for others not to repeat search.
Well, every time he's talking, we were driving around scoping out places to search.
That's why
you're driving around scoping out
professionals.
places to tell other people to do it because you don't want to get your fat ass out there and do it. Which, whatever, the parents are told not to search, and I understand that.
Right.
And that's why Chris and Katie, I'm sure they're out there searching, but they're not out there
John
searching.
case is a perfect example why a parent shouldn't search. I don't think. I mean, I don't know if it was nefarious or not, but that whole crime scene was tainted because he did what he did.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
I don't blame him because it's a
natural
reaction.
That's a normal reaction. I mean, that's
right. If you see your child that's like, natural reaction is you're gonna go and comfort that child, regardless the state that they're in.
Right.
But I'm gonna hop back down. But yeah, I was like, you gotta be kidding me! Now we got a merch store, and the proceeds go to Seth for his not to a reward fund for his bills while he can't search. I don't think he's got a job anymore. I don't think he does. I think, well, I'm just saying, and this is pure speculation. I have no earthly clue. But yeah.
I think if he didn't have a job, he'd be ripping them apart. Like, what kind of people for, you know what I mean? Like,
Thanks for the giggle, by the way.
Oh, you're welcome, baby girl. Huh? Look. I about
And
peed on
Kathy,
myself when she said that. I was like,
I
you
guess I should
what?
thank Kathy P also.
Yeah, I know. Kathy P is killing it. Look, I catch Kathy P a lot, like when she's like already into it for an hour and I have to go back and listen. I don't want to hop in chat because then people say hi and I don't want to be rude and I'm listening,
Right.
you know, and or I
Yeah.
catch it on replay. But I need to get better out of all these bushes that I'm sitting in is going in afterwards and saying, hey, caught on replay and give them a heart, you know, give them some kind of interaction because
I
I
know.
don't miss Kathy P. Kathy P's killing it, man.
I'm terrible at commenting too. I
I
watch
am too.
everybody, but I'm terrible at commenting.
I am too. I got to. I mean, I gotta get better at that. I do it at coin. I mean, I've gone back
Yeah,
and
commenting and stuff is like engagement is good.
yeah,
You know what I
I
mean? Like
need to.
that's
I
something
need
that's
to.
really good.
I need to get back in the habit of doing it, you know. And then I forget because it's like, you know, I might not can listen to the whole live, and then it's over, and then somebody else has gone live, and then I forget to go
Then
back
you
and
can't
do
go
it.
back because it's
Yeah,
already
leave a
because it
comment.
already
Yeah,
takes.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
So yeah,
Kathy's
here
killing it.
this says right here, creators, artists and content creators from YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and more have found Bonfire to be the easiest way to create and sell merch for their audience. Whether you want to run a limited run flash sale or set up a store, our team can help you create merch for your community. So I'm guessing Seth set this up because he's got a channel now.
Yeah,
he's now a content creator, so he can set this up as a content creator.
Oh,
tube stamps money, honey.
Yeah. So.
Oh, so this is different than the original one, huh?
YouTube creators, right here.
Interesting. Okay.
Here's a personal fundraiser. Yeah.
All the things.
I'm imagining he quit his job.
Well,
I don't know.
He's living big now. I mean, he's got all that money, and then these people are donating the hell out of some money right now. So, you know.
Yep.
As much as I hate people that judge, but to me, he looks like a very lazy human being.
Oh, yeah. I called that out right away.
All right, well, I'm going to hop back down. I'll be listening. I had
See you
to
later.
go clean my room. I didn't throw a fit and throw myself on the floor, but I did have to go clean my room. So let me go finish that.
Yeah.
I got to go pick my shit up. So I'll talk to y'all later. I'll be listening. Bye.
Yeah. She's so
Rowena.
funny. I love Rowena. She's so funny.
I love when she gets fired up. I cry. I get just as fired up. I'm glad that she does it because she says all the right things that I want to say. But it just cracks me up. She gets fired up.
Well, it's not just her humor; it's her voice too, and her accent. Oh my god, it just all goes together so good.
Yeah, I love her accent. I hate my accent, but I love others.
All righty, here we go. Here we're picking up where we left off.
The stepdad saying, I want out of the marriage. I'm not taking care of Sebastian and his problems anymore.
That's a big deal.
That's a high level stress right there in the marriage, in the house. Yes. And then the mom also had resentment against the biological father. When she was in San Diego, she actually tried to get him to agree that he didn't have to pay child support, but never be able to see Sebastian. And he said he was actually the main caretaker of Sebastian.
So he was the main caretaker when she was deployed, and he wasn't even the main caretaker. He had help then too as well. You know what I mean? Like grandma, grandpa, all them. It was not just Seth. He was not the only one watching Sebastian that entire time. Cut it out. I know you want people to think that, but that's not how it went down.
Well, plus he should be. Excuse me. He should be the main caretaker. He wasn't working. She was supporting him.
And he wasn't working. Right. She was supporting the family. She was paying all the bills. She was paying the rent.
She was fighting a war.
He's the one who couldn't handle it. And and moved across the country. And he said that he felt for a while, he felt that Chris was actually more of an ally than his ex-wife, because Chris said you have to respect the fact that his father moved across the country to be around him and do the visitation properly and stuff like that. So she also has resentments against him. So all this could have put her in a state of stress where if she already has violent tendencies and mood swings and he's having a meltdown, maybe she reacted. And I'm just saying maybe, and I'm not accusing, but,
sure.
You know, that's kind of my feelings on it.
Well, I feel like we're all sort of theorizing along those lines, Donna.
Yeah.
Because it is so weird. A kid disappears. He's 15 years old. He's autistic. He thrives in routine. Why is he going to leave the house, let's say, between the hours of 3 a.m. and 6 a.m., if that's what it was? It doesn't compute.
It's extremely unlikely unless he had a flash thought in his head, like, I'm done with this house. I'm going to my dad's.
Right.
But even then, I would think he would have put his shoes on if he was going to do that. Unless he was being abused or she pushed him out and locked the door and he took off. But if she had only pushed him out and locked the door, I think that she would have said that on the news. Hey, you know, then the story would be, hey, we were doing, you know, this, because it's not non-violent, trying to manage these meltdowns, right? We, you know, at the advice of therapist or whatever, we locked him outside because he was having a meltdown and he disappeared. That would have been the official story if that was the case, because that's not against the law and people would understand, you know. So it's, you know, it doesn't look good for Sebastian, unfortunately.
It doesn't. Do you, and I know you probably altogether, do you think he's deceased at this point? I know you probably don't even want to weigh in, but that's how you feel as of now? Yeah.
Probably. You know, I hold out that 1% hope. I've been praying for him every day.
Yes.
That he'll come home alive. You know, see, that's one thing I have on these cases too. It's super hard. I have to get over the hurdle of accepting that someone might be dead.
I know.
When I'd rather have them be alive. I want them to be alive, you know, and to be able to see their death, you have to accept that, you know, to see what's really there. And it's not looking good for him, but that, you know, I keep thinking of that on Inside Edition, where the one autistic young man is found 3 years later and he'd been wandering around the country.
No, that's crazy.
Literally.
Yeah.
I know. And so that holds out until they find remains. And the one problem in Tennessee is look at all those woods everywhere.
Oh, it's tons. It's so bad. Yeah, it's hard to even imagine how you could find him. It's a needle. He's a needle in a haystack out there for people who might not know who you are yet, because they're new to this case. They're new to this true crime community. So how I met Donna is back in 2020. I stumbled upon one of her videos. At the time, there were 2 missing kids out of Idaho. Their names were JJ and Tylee, and she was channeling what happened to them. And I didn't believe in that kind of thing at all. And for the people that have been here a long time, I'm sorry, this story is old to you because you know what happened. But for those who don't, it was so mind-blowing to me once they found these kids in exactly the position, the situation, all the same exact details. She had.
Now, see, the same exact details. She said they found him on his property in a makeshift grave. That's exactly what it was. It wasn't like she said any kind of particular details that was like off this route, that was out of this world or whatever. I know she was extremely upset because she thought she deserved the reward fund, and she had a whole live stream about it. And I know this because I watched the live stream about it.
Oh my God.
She was very upset. Yes.
Is that a confessional behind her?
A what?
A confession booth behind her?
I don't know what she's got going on. This is Donna, Reverend Donna Serafina. She's a psychic or a claim.
Looks like it looks like a confessional booth with like, you know, the stained glass windows in a church. That's what, like, is she serious?
In my opinion, she's a freaking loon.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah, quack-a-doodle-doo.
Yep.
It said 5 months before
I probably shouldn't have, because when I first saw her, her coloring was identical to my own daughter, and I went in a spin out, honestly, for like 2 days. I was crying and crying and crying. I never even edited or uploaded the thing. I was just crying and crying and crying. And the children are just real hard to see.
I know.
You know, because it's so sad.
It is.
You know, it's just so sad when they haven't even started their life. And like Madeline Soto and, you know, just all of them. It's just a nightmare, you know. And prayers for all of these children.
Speaking of Madeline Soto.
And their parents.
Dinah, speaking of Madeline Soto, do you have any particular feeling? I know people are probably wondering about the mother in that case.
My
Jen
personal
Soto.
feeling, yeah, I do have personal feelings about her. I don't know, because I purposely did. So when I can sense that the police are gonna find someone, for some reason, I kind of know that. Like, I get the idea on Sebastian that TBI, they got an idea of what happened, but if they have to have evidence and they have to have a body, they can't do anything.
That's a lie. We know that's a motherfucking lie, because let me tell you something else. They can definitely charge without a body. That we've seen that happen over and over again. So that's a fucking lie.
Plenty of cases have been resolved without a body. So that's bullshit. I agree.
I'm still super upset about this t-shirt shit. I don't know what's going on or where he got that, but I'm going to be looking into that. Yes, Cappy, we got Reverend Donna Serafina. She said with her fake psychic bullshit readings. Cappy's coming out the gate with it. She said, fuck those readings.
I agree, Cappy.
She doesn't believe in psychics. She just does not.
She's the fucking Walmart Sylvia Brown.
I don't really believe in psychics either, but I mean, I'm not going to say they're not real or nothing. I don't believe in it, but I'm not going to down anybody who does believe in it.
I agree. I feel the same way, but she's like the Walmart version of Sylvia Brown, which
But
was
to me, this one's a loon.
Proved to be a fraud herself. So.
I mean, I went to a site. I got to tell you this real quick. Me and my kids and my husband. Well, my husband, he didn't go, but we went to the East Coast, and then me and my kids went to New York City. It was about 5 years ago. Anyways, there was this street fair thing going on down there, and over there, and there was a psychic lady there, and so I thought, what the hell? And so I paid her, and we did the psychic thing. And she's sitting there in front of my kids now. My kids were adults, but still, in front of my kids, telling me that I needed to give my husband more sex or he was going to start cheating on me. Well, let me tell you, I don't want to be crude, but I can't give my husband any more sex. There's not enough hours in the day.
She was just trying to grease her husband's pockets.
Just saying.
More sex? Here's another $10.
We have plenty of sex. When I told my husband, he was laughing and he was like, damn, that would wear me out. But it's just, I mean, just dumb, you know? And then my husband has never, ever, ever cheated on me. He's never given me any reason to think he's ever going to cheat on me, you know? And it was the stupidest shit I had ever heard, you know, saying that my husband was going to leave me. I've been married for 31 years. And let me say, this was 5 or 6 years ago, this was. So
31 years for me, too.
Congratulations.
Well, 31 years together, 28 married.
It was just the dumbest shit I ever heard. And I'm like, really? I paid her like, I don't know, like $20 or whatever. I was like, I paid you $20 for this bullshit. My kids were just laughing. They were like, maybe she was a palm reader. That's what she was. She was a palm reader. Yeah.
You know,
that's what it was.
With Madeline, you're asking about the mom.
Yes. Jen.
This is my feeling. No. Am I going to believe that happened for 5 years on the other side of a thin wall? and she
I
did not know
I know.
or take part. And was he selling these photos to his friends and trading them with groups of people? That's a problem right now with all these predators. They've hooked up on these networks online, and they share and they trade, and they sell this stuff.
They do.
And do I believe the mom had no knowledge? No, I don't believe that for a second.
Okay.
At all. I mean,
I think most of us feel that way. Yeah.
It'd be hard not to pummel her.
Oh, I know.
Can you imagine sitting there being a cop,
hard
especially if
not
you
to
have an idea that
pummel you, bitch.
this was going on for what, 5 years at least?
And that she could have known that her daughter
or
was being
participated.
brutalized.
Do we know that she didn't participate, or do we know that he wasn't selling this stuff and she's benefiting from the money? Or that she was so desperate for a boyfriend that she let him have her daughter? I think too many mothers look the other way when they're insecure. They don't have their own identity. They don't want to be alone, and they offer up their daughter. No, I have no sympathy for her. I am so sorry. I apologize. Maybe I should, but I don't. In fact, I just feel anger about her.
I felt anger too. It's maddening. How could you not protect your kids? Like your beloved daughter? Are you kidding? Throwing her to the wolves? That's what it feels like. And maybe, who knows? Maybe she didn't know, but it feels
I don't know. I'm going to skip on through this bullshit.
like she didn't.
For me, but the mom came out later and saying she was on medicine for. I'm not for a long. To me, he had been out for 3 or 4 years. On question, so there would be no rhythmic. Yeah, easy, not a problem. He had passed multiple lie detector tests to go that their marriage was on.
Wait a minute. Who passed multiple lie detector tests? Donna Serafina.
Oh, he had been out for 3 or 4 years, and he had now turned about 20, but he was still being monitored. So I asked if I could go interview him at the county jail because I wanted to learn.
She must be talking about somebody else.
This kid.
Is she talking about
flat out
Stefan or whatever?
right? She doesn't. She already.
Who?
Was she talking about that Stefan guy?
I think they're in the. I think they switched from him to Madeline Sotos. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Doesn't want to be alone.
She's
So she's gonna
asking
look
if you can go interview him. Like she
one of
believes
the
he's some kind of fucking
siblings
anti-Christ or
committed
something.
and then self-harm and died, and then the father moved out, and we were like, oh good, the father moved out, and the mother, she looked like Mrs. Beaver Cleaver. She looked like a middle class, upper middle class housewife with the perfectly coiffed hair, and she never hovered. You would think that someone like that would hover, and I felt really bad because usually I was like, my intuition is super good. And even the parole officer, so I'd work in conjunction with a parole officer, and I was a social worker, so I had overlapping caseloads. Neither of us was suspicious of the mother. Yeah. And she stayed her distance, but then the young, there's no excuse. So kid, up with this, leave me alone, don't do this to me.
Telling you to say like this, something
Or he's
like
probably saying, well, we'll be together.
You're gonna give what you got. I feel like in the past, in some way, I think she's gonna get hers too. God wants justice. God wants justice.
Yeah. How could you care so little about your daughter that you let somebody do that? What's written?
Hey, good. Nice to talk to you. What are your thoughts as of now?
You too, as well. Well, I've got a little 12-year-old autistic son, and we live about 20 minutes from Sebastian. So obviously, I'm very interested in this case.
Right.
And I know that Seth has been trying to get people, or he's been to the Natchez Trace Park, and he's going back this weekend. Did Donna give any information or help him with trying to decide on locations to search?
Let me ask her. Donna, did you give him any indication on like locations maybe that he should be searching, or no? Seth.
Well, I kind of beat around the bush because I was just kind of touching the subject every now and then about whether Sebastian might even not be with us. And he, in his mind, I just didn't want to make him consider the obvious. I mean, consider that outcome any more than he was ready to. So what I was seeing is flashes of trees around, and then I was shown that kind of lake that had that certain shape.
Okay.
And so I haven't talked to him since I posted in my community section that I talked to him the night before. So that was the only time I talked to him.
Okay. Hopefully you were able to hear that. I think.
So, yeah, she is giving him she is. She was telling Seth where to go search. She was telling him where she thought Sebastian was. Yes, she did.
It's amazing, she sees trees, since we heard that all of Tennessee is nothing but trees and, fields. But she sees trees, so she's on it, Queen Bee. She is on
That's
it.
Tennessee, though. See trees.
She's very nasally.
She's an idiot.
You were, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I was.
Okay,
and I
good.
wonder, that sparked my interest because I wonder if there's a lake with that shape at that park.
Oh yeah, that would.
I know. There is some lake there, and it's like you look at Tennessee, and there's so many trees everywhere. Like, it is hard, but there should be a way to get clues. But I kind of wanted to wait until the father is ready to see that outcome.
I know. I don't think he's at all ready to face that possibility. Which
I don't want to hurt people. It's like I never planned on having a YouTube channel, and I'm just trying to make sure that morally I do the right thing by not just blurting out information that traumatizes people and stuff.
For sure. No, we appreciate that, Donna.
Yes, we love your compassion, Donna, and your empathy, and you're just a gift from God and a blessing to so many.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Yeah, we thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, y'all.
Okay.
I'm going to go pull up that map now and see if there's.
I just want to say something. If she believes she knows something and sees something, and now I don't believe this, but whether she believes the kid's dead or alive, why wouldn't she want to share what she sees with the father, or even with us for that matter? If you know where he is, where your mind is telling you exactly where Sebastian is, why wouldn't you share it? Because regardless whether he's dead or alive, they want to find him. This is what these people do, though. They dance around the issues. So later on, they could say, see, everything I said was right. I was right. He was found under a tree. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, good idea. Yeah, good idea. Go for it. Well, thank you.
All right, ladies. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
we'll talk to you later. Okay, bye. Hey, that's a good point that she makes. Like, what is the shape of the body of water that surrounds this park? I mean, most of the parks in Tennessee have water nearby. So that's a really good question.
Yeah, and I was looking a while ago. I was looking on a map to see if I recognized anything. But I'd have to look probably closer on my laptop and stuff like that.
Okay. And people in the chat, they're asking, who are you? That kind of thing. Again, I'll say I would call you a psychic detective, Donna. Is that okay if I say that?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what
totally. Completely
that's
and totally.
That's
exactly what I am.
Yeah. And
exactly.
it's not a joke, guys.
Get the fuck out of here.
No BS. And her work speaks for itself. Yeah.
My work is about 90% or more accurate. And when there's something wrong, it's usually in the interpretation. So say in Chad Daybell's case, on the very first reading, I correctly identified this outbuilding is 120 by 40 feet. And I even said it was built to be a workshop. I literally said that. And then somehow in future readings, I started calling it a cabin. I'm pretty sure it did. And Chad's friend who's inside, he said it does have those 3 tables around the edges. He believes it has that sink like I described, that country kind of sink. So it did have these aspects. So when there's something wrong, it'll be like that. It'll be like, or something that's misunderstood, would be like that, because it's almost all visual. And I'm just saying the visions, and then they could be like a person, place, or thing. So trapper at Chad Daybell's Lori Vallow case, I kept seeing a trapper walk by, and then it turns out the next street is Chapper Lane. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, so true. I know.
Chapper Lane.
Hello, this is Lauren. Can you hear me? Oh, I think we lost him. Okay. No, John.
They tried to call. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, it dropped. Oh, they're calling back. Hold on.
Okay.
Of a fast pickup, we ask you to let us know that you are not a voicemail system. So you need to press 1 to take this call.
I don't know what's happening.
Press something.
Yeah, it's doing something funky. Okay. That was weird. So it was coming through my computer and my phone, which it hasn't done that in a while. Sometimes it glitches out. Call the person who called just now. Could you just call me one more time? It should be okay now. But to what you were saying about Trapper, Donna, that was one of the most memorable things probably in my whole life.
Me too. It was so frustrating when I found out that was Trapper Lane. Is he calling?
Yeah, she's calling. Hi, this is Lauren. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me? I don't know if she can hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Lauren, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Hi. Who am I speaking to?
My name's Julia. How are you? Hi, Lauren. Hi, Trevor, Donna.
Oh, good,
Hi.
Julia. We're glad that you're calling. Yeah. How's it going? What's up?
Oh, my gosh. This, just between everything that's going on lately, it's like, it's one thing after another.
Oh, I know. Yeah. It's wild right now.
Seems like a lot of people are
apart, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we should watch that video.
Someone wanting him to turn off a video game, or I there with the father taking over the stepfather taking over the conversation every time,
No, Donna, you're so right. Like when you think about it, just doesn't smell right. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there was death threats, like where they were scared to go out and search, that is what police enforcement is for. Like they protect you.
Yeah.
To me, that's just.
Yeah, we've seen people be told to call back or that they're busy when they have a missing child and they call in for a missing child. We just seen with Madeline Sotos, they told her that they were busy and they hadn't had time to get to her yet. Yeah, she definitely speculates a whole lot, don't she? It's a whole lot of bullshit, if you ask me.
Well, she has to throw it all out on the table so when the truth comes out, she can claim she,
right.
She was right. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Well, every night it's a different, whatever speculation she throws out there. So when it, the truth comes out, she could be like, well, on night 32, that's what I said. Meanwhile, she's sitting there looking at Google Maps.
Wow. Let's see here. Yeah, that's what she does. She looks at Google Maps.
Not to wear shoes because they wouldn't see his footprints and be able to track the shoe print, which is like Brian Kohlberger. They hit that footprint right outside the girl's room. Was that like a tactic? I don't know, but I do feel that a lot of these children with autism can be overly trustworthy, especially when you're just talking to someone over the internet or through text. You don't know.
Right. And I've heard I've heard that he would ride the bus, and maybe the bus, how I feel like a lot of bad stuff can happen on the school bus, honestly. At least when I was growing up, a lot of bad stuff happened on the school bus. But like, could he have become friends with somebody, or let's say he thought he was friends with them, and like you said, too trusting, maybe revealed too much. Maybe, could some kid have been like, hey, you should come out with us like at 3 a.m, whatever, okay, yeah, and sets his alarm and then he books it. Is that a possibility? I'm just trying to think of everything, and I feel, maybe.
Hopefully it turns out to be something like that. Hopefully he turns out to be alive, and I'm just going to keep praying for him.
Yeah, that's all we can do.
Well, Donna, but I trust Reverend Donna's sort of insight here. I mean, it's been so long. That's just
a long time.
Horrible part. It's just far too long, and it's really sad.
It is.
But you can never give up hope. Just trust in God, say your prayers, and you never know what could happen.
So true.
Especially at that age, at 15, even if he's autistic, say if he was in a downtown of some city, he could easily be sitting by the side of a building and everyone walks by because everyone walks by. Yeah, and doesn't even notice him. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that would be the best case scenario.
But surviving on no money in America when you've got extreme inflation, everything costs too much money.
If he was sleeping in an alley and then passersby give him $1.25, and then he goes, it depends if he knows restaurants are food. It could happen, and right when I looked him up the first time, an Inside Edition thing came up right next to it that showed an autistic boy found 3 years later and been walking around since he was 16. Kind of lost and disconnected from his family. I guess it didn't occur to him to try to find home or do anything, and the police ran into him. So it's like, I pray for him. I pray that, we need a good outcome.
We do. We've had some
one of these to have a good
outcomes lately. Yeah,
I know.
Hey, Lauren, I'm going to skip off here. I'll let somebody else call it. I don't want to hang out here.
Oh, no, you're good. Thank you.
To get to, and it's a far way. So I have to watch him like a hawk. But and I've heard that children with autism are drawn to water.
Ooh.
So I've heard that by Peter Hyatt, who is a statement analyst.
Yes, I've seen him. Yep.
I'll tell you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but another thing that concerns me a great deal is the stepdad.
I know.
He sounds like an angry, controlling person. I don't think he has a love for that child or an understanding of how vulnerable he is.
I know.
And I think his militaristic style of discipline, it's not what a child of autism needs.
No, I agree. Yeah.
And so now the other caller is closer to this family than I am, but I am about an hour from Nashville.
Okay.
And my son was in and out of Vanderbilt Children's Hospital a lot because I didn't know if he was going to live for a long time. But there was a time before my son came along that I had to drive Interstate 40 from Nashville to Memphis a number of times.
Yeah.
So that's 100 miles of straight interstate. And I can tell you that there are numerous exits in which you can get off and you are in rural within a mile.
Good to know.
My mind goes to that poor child somewhere between Nashville and Memphis.
That's so possible. As you say that, I'm getting...
What the fuck?
What did she say?
He could be anywhere between here and Nashville. I think that's what she just said.
How far is Nashville? I don't know. I mean, I just asking.
Well, yeah, because they were thinking that she brought him halfway or whatever. Or they met somewhere in between. Whatever.
Okay.
They're so stupid.
Yeah, you're right.
They just throw shit out there, and they're trying to throw so much shit out there so that if it does happen, then they can say, "Oh, I was right." Just like the woman we don't talk about on here in JLR. They all do that. They all do it.
But the thing is she knew, right? Because she said that before. I didn't want to tell the father. But if you know, which I know you don't, you're full of shit. If you know that he's deceased and somewhere in the location that you believe, why wouldn't you share that? Because regardless whether he's deceased or alive, the father and mother and stepfather and all of us want to see the boy found and closure. You know what I mean? So you're full of shit when you say you know. I see trees. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah. I hold out hope until I have evidence not to. Because as long as I hold out hope, we're all still looking.
I'm like you,
if you have
Cheesy.
hope.
Something tells me that he's still there. Like he's still here. I don't know why. It's probably the only time I've ever felt like this, and it's pretty strong. Like, and I hope to God that I pray to God every single night that I'm right about it.
I don't know.
I
I
just
feel
think this
like,
case,
I feel
like
like
this
she just
whole-
puts out whatever she thinks people want to
Yeah,
hear.
she
You
throws
know?
it all out there. Yeah, but the thing is, like Summer Wells brought out all new crazies, and then each case in this case is brought out a hell of a lot. I mean, just as sad as I don't want to see another one. Can you imagine the next case? I hope to God those parents get warned. Like there should be I wish there was a channel that all parents got to see that what not to do on social media. Because you know what? Your first thing is you want to get your child. First thing you do is you go on your Facebook. Oh, so and so's missing. To your area, and then it just expands, and you don't foresee what you get yourself into. But in the same token, you're willing to take these punches that you get just to get your child. And I feel that way for Chris and Katie. Like as long as Sebastian's name is being brought up, they're willing to take all the punches they get. It's just sad. It's so fucking sad.
We all sit here and throw out theories and whatever, and our minds go back and forth on what could have happened. But I don't sit here and say, I know for a fact. I've seen it. I've seen it in a vision,
It was the same thing with the Watt case. Everybody, accused Shanann of killing the kids. Not everybody, but there was people that did. And, when the truth came out, do you think those people that made all these dirty comments about her actually came out and, apologized and took back the things, ugly, disgusting words that they said? No.
Hell
They don't care,
no.
because it's
Fuck
on
no,
to the
they
next
didn't.
one again. You know what I mean?
Yep. Right on to the next case.
Of course.
What's up, Cap? What you doing, baby?
Nothing much, babe. I'm just stopping in to, tuning into, the groundwork she's laying to fucking do a nice cold read on this case. Has she done a read yet?
No, she sees trees, but she doesn't want to tell Seth what she knows because she
doesn't
don't think
want
he's
to-
ready
she
to hear it.
She thinks Sebastian's dead. She doesn't want to tell. Well, she told Seth, but he's not trying to hear it. So basically, she's actually been the one giving Seth ideas of where to search, and he's been searching. And, she's had communications with Seth since Sebastian went missing, and she was giving him ideas of where to go search or where she thought Sebastian would be. So he's been searching where Reverend Donna Serafina's ass has been sending him.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is ludicrous. I mean, come on. Listen, the lady got lucky with the Daybell case, right? She got kind of lucky, and
she just read
She
off what
says she
already
got
knew.
lucky, Cheesy, but where's the proof? Like if she's so braggadocious of her shit, why don't you show where you said this on that day and that actually happened at the end?
there's some people that I have a lot of respect for that were like, wow, she really did say some crazy things, but she took her knowledge. She said it more than once about how she taps into Google and researches cases. That's basically like giving up how she cold reads. She's already painting a picture in her head. That's not being fucking psychic. That's called speculation.
It's the same thing like Sylvia Brown. Did you know it, like in the talk shows when she used to go on,
Oh
like
yeah,
she
I
used
used
to
to
go
love
on.
Sylvia, and then fucking the
Yeah,
Ohio
and so it was
girl.
found out that
Oh,
the people waiting online to go into Montel, well, they were mic'd up and like, mic'd and planted all over so they would hear, so we would give her the information to
I
tap
didn't
into
know
because
about that.
yeah, because
I didn't know
the
about
people
that, but I
online are
knew
talking
about.
about like, oh, what do you hope Sylvia brings up? Of course they're chattering on that line. So
Well,
all
she told Amanda Berry's mom that she was dead, and then they found her 10 years later in that basement alive.
yeah,
Like
the green room where the audience would sit, all of it was tapped. So that if you're there with somebody and you see, hey, who are you looking to connect with? All that chat is going on, while they're waiting to go into the studio to be sat. So it was proven that she's a fucking fraud.
I really want to see her Daybell read and like kind of go over that myself. I've never went over it, but all I know is the Summer Wells reading, she made an ass of herself. It was embarrassing. Like she took it like several different ways to leave it open, and it's all up to interpretation. Get the fuck out of here with that. Like this
And
is
she kept
bullshit.
sending people on wild goose chases too.
Yeah.
Which is what she's doing to step down. So like sending him here, sending there, doing this, doing that. Until when, God forbid, he's found or comes home or whatever, she could say, oh yeah, I said he was under a tree. I was
Yeah,
right.
remember the trees, guys? Remember the trees? Yeah, it's some cold read type bullshit. It's like an internet cold read using Google and getting like a picture of how the outdoors look around wherever location the case is in. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, it's a kidney shaped shape of water. Like, oh, see, he was found in that pond that was kidney shaped. Gee, because Google Maps couldn't tell you that that's the area surrounding, right?
Right, exactly. See, like, I don't understand the people that fall for this. I just don't get it. But listen, I am a believer. I believe that people do have gifts like this. Unfortunately, 99.9% of them that I've encountered, at least in my life experience, are fake as fuck.
Right, and it's idiots like this that give the people that really do have these abilities, is why most of us are skeptic, because you have these assholes out here that, throw shit out and really believe that what they're saying.
Right. It's just too much. Like, I can't with this lady. And the other lady, Sweetie Pie, is super nice, but she's like become part of it too, kind of. You know what I mean? Like,
she co-signs this bullshit. So
yeah, so it's hard for me to like just be like, oh, she's just a believer. No, you're like her. You co-sign it in a major way, and you co-host, kind of. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, I don't think it's cute. It's not fucking cute.
Go you throw enough shit on the wall, eventually it's gonna stick. That's exactly
with a missing child case. It's not cute. Like, you could do this. You could do your little fake psychic shit and do it somewhere else. Do your cold read shit somewhere else. It would be fine. I don't care. But it's just so disrespectful, in my opinion. Like, it's just not nice. It's not cute. It's not productive.
Well, it's one thing to have somebody up on your panel, like Queen Bee. She has all these people up on her panel and stuff, all of us, and we all say what we're thinking or whatever. And she don't necessarily co-sign for everything we say, agree with everything we say, but she does. She co-signs with everything this woman says. She's not up here
she's
going,
promoting her.
Take
Like,
this,
she just said how much she loves her.
Take this with a grain of salt or whatever. She co-signs it. So yeah, you can't.
I just called her a psychic detective. Get the hell out of here.
She's just as guilty as this woman.
I just had to hop up real quick. I'm right in the middle of, cleaning. But, Kathy girl, look, okay, number one, the whole Donna Serafina thing and the Daybell thing, it was national news. Everybody was looking for these two kids of a woman that had married a man 2 weeks after his wife died, and he owned a bunch of property. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody knew his address. Okay, so it ain't like she said he's going to be found in Montana under a big tree next to a shed. And that's where he was found. He was found on Chad Daybell's property. This isn't a stretch, y'all. As far as
Right.
Tennessee, you can't go to Walmart parking lot without a crepe myrtle tree being in the parking lot. There's trees all over Tennessee, okay? Get the fuck out of here. And as far as Sweetie PiLo, sorry, I just got to say this real quick. And as far as Sweetie PiLo, everybody gives her a pass. You know why? Because she talks with a sweet voice and she looks like she actually uses soap, unlike all the other tragedy, butterhead, grocery store feet looking fools out here. Just saying. She wears nicer clothes and uses soap. I don't give a fuck.
Some of them look like a bar of
the
soap.
other night.
A bar of soap to kill them.
She said the other night, Cappy, I don't know if you heard it, but I lost my mind for a little bit. I shorted out.
What?
So did. She said, she came out and said that she believes, her words, not Donna Serafina on the thing. No. Her words, this fool, soap or no soap, said that she believes that Chris S.A.'d Sebastian. Yes. Don't take that for her. Yeah, don't say, I believe she's a nice lady. I think she just got
She can take her ass.
Go
She can
back.
take her ass in her sweet little voice. But you know how that goes.
Go back to
No.
night before last when you see me jump up on panel and I lost my shit. Go back to 2
You
or
need
3
to
minutes
fucking gag
before
order.
that. So,
wow.
No, she don't. No, she ain't caught up in nothing. If those
What a
words can
jerk.
come out of your mouth, you are vile as fuck, and I will stand on it. But
That's
anyway,
horrible.
Yeah.
You know,
so,
you could have an opinion like that all day long, but it's one thing to get on a public platform and talk about it.
As fact. As friggin' fact. But I'm
Right,
gonna
and how many followers does she have?
Huh?
How many followers does she have?
Like 50,000.
Wow.
Right. So she
Yeah.
just said that to 50,000 people that obviously support.
Oh no, honey! I think the last count there was like 80,000 that had watched it. So
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot more views than even she has subs. So, but yeah, I just had to hop up and say that because I was like, oh no, Cappy, no, Cappy. She just uses soap and has a better mic and clean drapes, unlike Ziggy, and she talks sweet, and she uses soap.
In other words, she's not so hard on the eyes.
Right. Easy on the eyes and has a sweet voice. I got you.
I don't think she's that pretty because I don't know, and to me, I mean that's a lot of money. Okay, to me, that's a good haircut. You got some good, low lights going. Okay, girl, you probably got some good makeup. Got nice curtains, nice furniture. You're clean. You soap. All those things cost money. So yeah, I think it's so okay. I'll give you that you look good for what I just mentioned, but your heart, your insides, kind of gives you that, if you want to say aura or that feeling or whatever. Because I mean, you could have warts all over your face and be the most wonderful, kindest, beautiful person. That, you know what I mean? It doesn't. This is gross. She's gross. She just uses
Pretty
soap.
is as pretty does. Yeah,
She
I
just
got
uses
you.
soap. She just uses soap. That's the only difference. Her feet are probably clean. Her legs are probably shaved, and she gets her hair done.
She
Let's
needs to
get
use
real.
some soap for her fucking mouth.
So, but
Good
yeah, I just
Lord.
try to pop up. So I'm gonna get
I
back
had
to
no
cleaning.
idea she said
See,
that.
I
Wow.
can't write all this in chat. I was like, oh no, and I started writing. I was like, oh my god, she's not gonna see it. So I had to hop up here.
No, I haven't liked her. I haven't
going
liked
back
her
to my
since the
home.
Summer Wells case.
Thank you, Ro. I appreciate you.
Thank you, baby.
Yeah, so I take back everything I said that was nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the Summer Wells case, like that whole, like, is that reading even still up? Because for some reason, I felt like, God, it was so bad. It was, oh God, it was so stupid. It's all interpretation. Yeah,
I'd like to know how many cases the detective solved, I mean,
yeah.
You want to put that label to you, like, obviously you have to back it up, you know what I'm saying?
With that 90% she just fixed her lips to fucking talk about, you mean?
Yeah, like, show us, your detective work and your skills.
Yeah. Does she claim to work with law enforcement? you know?
She's an armchair detective. That's about it.
Wow. What did
Yeah,
she say? Like,
she claims she's
no, baby, she's working directly with Seth.
oh God, that's so
Yeah,
bad.
she talks to Seth.
That's
So does Donna. Yeah.
God.
They actually put out that Chris touched or whatever a family member and that his mother covered for him. That's how fucking shitty these guys are being.
Yeah, Ro just jumped up and was like, Cappy, don't say anything nice about her. She said Chris essayed and stuff, and I was like, what, dude? Like, I didn't know about that. That's really, really awful. Really awful. Like, how are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that? And
yeah,
and not only like
harsh allegations, man.
It's really horrible to do, right? But how are you gonna spew out allegations like that with no proof and people, like the people in there believing it? Like, how are you gonna call yourself a credible person? Like, that is just fucking ridiculous. That's awful. I can't with this shit.
Look, Kodo said you got to read Discord, your DMs. She said there was hold on. There was Tree and Kohlberger too. It said he worked at a bakery. She's a whole ass lie.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she's a loon. I don't.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
What up?
Hey, B Tim.
Been at work all day and out listening to the disaster. I just can't wait till our next show. I can't.
I know.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
I know. Speaking of, we need some laughs, so we're gonna cut this one off here because we've been on here about 4 hours.
Can we go live immediately with that one? Oh my God.
Give me about 15, 20 minutes and we'll be live with the Glare Karen Reed shit show.
Disaster.
Yes, I need an update. I didn't watch it today.
We need some laughs, and we started talking shit, and then we stopped. I said, let's keep on track till we get B Tim here. We've been B Tim in the house. We've been waiting on B Tim.
He picked a fantastic day to show up.
Didn't he?
Oh my God.
Hey, Queen B, don't tell B Tim what I said earlier.
Mom and Dad. All right, let's end this so we can get this one going.
Hey, Queen.
Thank you, Queen.
Hey, Queen B, don't tell B Tim. Don't tell B Tim what I said earlier.
Uh-oh.
Disaster.
Goodbye.
Claire, you are an idiot. I'm just going to love what's going to happen next. It's hilarious. All right,
I'm going to hop down. Bye.
All right, baby. I'll see you guys here in a little bit. They all said, yep, we're ready. We are ready for the Karen Reed Glare shit show. Please read your text. I didn't get no text, baby doll. I don't have your number. I don't think you have mine, but you can shoot me an email if you want to. I don't know who you are, rabbit hole survivor. I don't think you have my I don't have any text messages from anybody. But you can send me an email if you need to, baby. I will catch you guys on the next live. I'll be back. Give me about 15, 20 minutes and I'll be on here. See y'all in a few.